Wow. Your Excellency, Mr. President George Agyekum Donkor, I'm sure, a week ago, you perhaps were not sure what would happen this week, but you've done it. I want to ask you all to give a resounding round of applause to His Excellency, Mr. Donkor, and his team for pulling it off. You pulled it off. And yesterday by 12 p.m., we knew that EBIT had created something that West Africa can be proud of, something that West Africa will own, and something that in the future, the young people of this region will say, my life changed when I started to pay attention to the ECOWAS Investment Forum. And talking about the youth, we jump straight into our first session, after which we have some words from our sponsors and our partners. After lunch, we have a very important session, and that is a roundtable discussion with some members of the SME and SMI community, in which we will look at challenges, solutions, and of course, we want to finish off with a light at the end of the tunnel, which will be recommendations. So without further delay, allow me to please bring onto the podium our esteemed panelist and our extraordinary moderator. Please allow me to bring to the stage Mr. Olumide Lala, who is a seasoned senior executive with over 3 decades of extensive experience spanning capital markets development, banking, climate finance, technology, change management, and sustainability. Throughout Mr. Lala's illustrious career, he's been dedicated to advising African regulators and financial institutions on optimizing their portfolios for Paris-compatible investments in both mitigation and adaptation opportunities. Mr. Lala, you're very welcome to the podium, or actually to the stage. Mr. Lala will moderate a conversation with Mr. Kojo Atati, who is the Regional Underwriter, West and Central Africa Francophone Coverage, African Trade and Investment Development Insurance at TD, and he holds 2 doctoral degrees. The first is a diploma of specialized higher studies in banking and financial law, and the second is a diploma of specialized higher studies in economic and financial analysis of projects. You're very welcome, sir. The 2 gentlemen will be joined by Engineer Francis Sempore, who is Executive Director of ECRI, prior to joining the ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, otherwise known as ECRI, as Executive Director. Mr. Sempore worked for the West African Power Pool, WAP, based in Cotonou, as Program Officer. Please allow me to also welcome our next panelist, Dr. Kande Yumkela, who is a Chair, Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security, Government of Sierra Leone. And you may know that he was a Member of Parliament 2018 to 2023 and served in the Pan-African Parliament 2018 to 2020. He is a member of the high-level group of the Africa-Europe Foundation and co-chair of Africa-Europe Foundation Strategy Group on Energy. Last but definitely not the least, Dr. Aminu Akadiri, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Federation of West African Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Executive Director, Africa Business Council. Dr. Akadiri is the Chief Executive Executive Officer of Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and expert in development and promotion of the private sector in West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is crucial as it looks towards highlighting youth unemployment conundrum, harnessing the green economy for accelerating economic development. Please, over to you, Mr. Lala.
Good morning. Permettez-moi de parler anglais parce que pourquoi mon français n'est pas très bon, as you can tell. So I think we will conduct this in English. Thank you very much to the ECOWAS Bank for giving us the opportunity to actually talk about this topic, which is incredibly pertinent to the development of Africa. We have some 65% of our population. That's 65% of 1.4 billion people on the continent under the age of 35. That's an alarming figure considering some of the headwinds that we currently face. Climate change is a massive one. Technology, when we think about global competition, supply chain breakages, and all that kind of stuff. So today we find ourselves, and the question that was asked earlier, how many of the people in the room were actually below 30? When we talk about climate change, we talk about bounce around figures like 2050. Sadly, though we are in a position of influence today, very few of us will actually be influential come 2050. So we need to prepare the next generation, not only for the development of Africa, but also for our own sustainability. I guess my question to you as I welcome you to the stage is, can you share your positions in a couple of minutes, what you actually think? Because today we'll be discussing the topic of the youth unemployment conundrum, harnessing the green economy for accelerated economic development. If you can share in your various positions, just a couple of minutes about what you think about this and what your organizations are actually doing about it. After which we'll divert to some questions, and then we'll spend some time engaging the audience, because I'm sure they will want to ask you some questions as well. Perhaps I can start with you, Dr. Amina.
Thank you very much, my brother, Mr. Lala Olumide. My English is not good. I will speak in French. Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais respecter le protocole.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to leverage on the already established protocol to thank the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development for this initiative. It is always a pleasure for us to be working closely with EBIT. ECOWAS has done a lot in the sub-region. A lot because we have policies in place that have been harmonized to promote the free movement of goods and people, and also to promote establishment in the sub-region. And it is there that EBIT and ECOWAS Commission are playing a significant role. Today, EcoBank and ASCAI are very proud of EBIT and the ECOWAS Commission. If I am here today, it is because these two sub-regional organizations have given EBIT a chance in order for us to respond to the need of the youth. The current youth that we have are very vibrant, and they are expecting us as policymakers to champion the way forward for them. We are doing our best to promote employment for the youth. We are working closely with ECOWAS together with other regional and foreign investors for the various projects that we have could get the interventions of states as well as other policymakers. That is what I can say for now as an introductory statement to this theme. This is what we are doing in the sub-region. Thank you.
So Kande, if you can just spend a couple of minutes.
Well, first of all, let's put it in context. The impacts of climate change is already affecting us. We're already paying a high price for climate change, though our emissions are less than 3%. Our children will suffer more, high disease, low productivity in agriculture, and all the other impacts. So of course they have to be part of this discussion, and we have to create that enabling environment. Let us also put it in context that we Africans, especially sub-Saharan Africa, helped to finance the first industrial revolution with our slave labor and also our minerals. Now there is a new revolution. It is the green economy revolution that we cannot afford to miss, which means we, the leaders of Africa, and our children must understand this new dynamics, because it has several components. There is a major energy transition towards renewables. There is also the drive towards the ultimate hydrogen economy. And thirdly, you have the fourth industrialization, which is combining all what we knew about industrialization with accelerated digitalization and AI. We have to prepare our kids to understand this for their future, because we can't train them for our past. This is their future. It's going to be competitive. The good news is the following. Over 40% of the minerals needed to drive that green economy is based in Africa. Cobalt, Congo alone, 40 to 50% of the cobalt everybody needs for the battery systems. The platinum group of metals for the hydrogen fuel cells, 70% in Africa. So when people dream about that hydrogen economy, they need us. They need our minerals, they need our children. You begin to look at manganese, graphite. So we have to prepare our kids to have the skills, the knowledge, to understand also the geopolitics of this green economy. Every country, major industrial country, still wants a piece of the real estate in Africa. Guinea is sitting on 25, maybe 30% of the world's bauxite. People need it. People need it. Because yes, our countries are still very rich. My country, amongst the 10 poorest in the world, we sit on 25% of the world's titanium and critical minerals. So there is a big politics of critical minerals now, geopolitics of critical minerals, which means we have to prepare our countries, our African position on these issues. And that's why the first ever Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi was important. And I'll talk a little bit later about some of what our leaders are looking at now to make sure we don't miss this revolution or end up financing it for other people.
Thank you very much for that eloquent delivery. Perhaps Mr. Sempore, Dr. Sempore?
Bon dia. Good morning, bonjour tout le monde. Donc,
Good morning to you all. The ICRE is honored to be part of this panel. It's an opportunity for me to also thank EBIT for the fruitful collaboration that exists between the ECOWAS Commission and the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, especially our institution that is mandated to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency in the sub-region, especially in supporting member states in attaining energy efficiency by 2030. As my predecessor said, we have no reason to miss out in this green economic revolution and in the energy transition on the continent. We also need to acknowledge the fact that at the ECOWAS level, there have been a lot of things that were undertaken. There were a lot of policies that were adopted by the Authority of Heads of State in terms of energy, renewable energy, energy efficiency, climate strategy, and so on and so forth. So we can say that the framework is available. And as the representative of the president of the ECOWAS Commission said yesterday, we need to now move from the talking to the doing. We need to translate all these policies into a medium and a long-term vision. We need to bring on board the youth, because we are working because of the youth, and it is the youth that will take the baton from us. We need to pay special attention to the youth. We all talk about investment. When we're talking about sustainable investment, it means we are looking into the long and in the medium term, and we cannot do this without bringing on board the youth. Therefore, we need to look at training. What sort of training are we giving to our youth? We cannot talk about investment without talking about training. The human capital. Look at the Western world. Those who we believe are the advanced economies today, they started by paying special attention to their human capital, and that is the basics of sustainable development. Regardless of the resources that we mobilize, regardless of the sort of infrastructure we put in place, but if we do not have the human capital, I'm sorry, we are joking. Now, what do we do in terms of capacity building for the youth, especially in renewable energy? As we are talking about green economy today, that is the food for thought I will leave to you. Thank you.
Monsieur. Doctor Kojo.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning to you all. On behalf of my office, I would like to sincerely thank the President of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development for associating us to this very important and maiden forum. Since yesterday, we've heard a lot of speeches full of hopes, and I have no doubt that these speeches will not only remain in letters, but it will translate into concrete actions. That is my hope. African Trade, that I represent, is also an insurance repurchasing company. Last June, through a resolution of our board, we changed our name. Now we are called the Agence du Africa Trade Insurance Agency Company. Now, given the fact that we are talking about green economy today and how the green economy can create jobs for the youth, I am happy to be speaking on this topic, but I would like to first of all begin by what we mean by green economy. We have two activities that we can embedded in the green economy. We have the traditional activities that are less energy consuming, and they also do not pollute much. That the second category of activities is what we can term as environmental protection activities. Now, that is where we can create jobs. That's where we can create opportunities for the youth. But how? But before we can do this, we need to have access to financing, and that is where my institution comes in. We need to promote access to financing. We attract foreign direct investment into that sector. But I must say that we are faced with a lot of challenges, because if a foreign investor is to invest in a country, the investor must be sure that his investment will be secured. The bank also will need to ensure that there are certain risks that must be mitigated. Political risk, for instance, and market risk, for instance. And our company is to reassure these investors, try to work around the risk to ensure that all the foreign investors have their monies well protected in the country. We do not only work with foreigners, but we also work with local stakeholders. Government, for instance, also need to promote partnerships especially PPPs. And in these types of arrangements, guarantees are needed because a partner who wants to do a PPP will need to get a guarantee. And our institution also comes in handy in order for us to ensure that all the projects that we bring on board are fruitful. As a matter of fact, the investor cannot work alone. The investor needs to recruit. Recruit the youth that was jobless must get a new job, especially must be well remunerated and also pay tax. By doing so, they contribute to the economic development of our country. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the value chain of the activities that my company does in terms of promoting green economy and as well as providing job for the youth. Thank you, moderator.
Dr. Kojo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said and a lot needs to be unpacked. But as I listen to my panelists here, there's certain things that you've stated which are similarly obvious to us. The resources are here, be it in human capital, be it in raw materials, but yet we're in danger of missing out on that new revolution. But you said something. We are talking about the kids and the youth today. These are those who will lead us tomorrow. But we talk about skills, we talk about knowledge, we talk about geopolitics, understanding geopolitics. Now here's my question to you, Dr. Kande. What is it? Because Dr. Kojo here mentioned finance. How can the financial institutions partner with government institutions and agencies to ensure that we produce the right educational models for the children to succeed in tomorrow's world? Because it will appear to me that we're still returning out the same educational stuff that we did years gone by. What can we do, sir? Dr. Kande.
Before we even go to finance, let us re-examine our curricula.
That's the point.
Number one, we now have no choice but to include already in our curriculums for our kids, our young generation, issues related to everything we've discussed here. Climate change, why it's important to them. Because I know, having been in the space for over 20 years, that there was a time in Africa we even thought that climate change was not about us. Unfortunately, we are paying the bigger price. So we have to help our young generation understand right away. So that does not require money. It requires leadership and public policy to make sure that this is included in all curriculums as we go forward. But there's some other things we need to do as governments, and that's part of the framework from the Africa Climate Summit. Number one, we need a proper assessment and valuation of our green assets. It was one of the main decisions of our heads of states in September last year. Why is that important? We have the rest of the world telling us that we should not cut our forests. True. But they also say, even if you have minerals under that forest, you should not touch it so you can capture the carbon they release. So the big debate in Nairobi was the following. Okay, we keep the forest, we don't touch the minerals, but we need the money to do other kinds of development. If we're going to keep it there, how much are you willing to pay for the carbon we sequester for you? The reality is the following. In Africa, they value our carbon at $4 a ton. In Europe, it's 100 euros. Carbon is carbon. So one of the things our leaders are demanding now, we assess that wealth. Number two, we make sure it is valued properly. And a lot of that space is occupied now by NGOs. If we can assess that, their argument, and the African Development Bank President's argument is, we use that valuation to access global finance. Because for us, it is a valuable asset. It is not just a tree. And the minerals under are also valued. It's not only a fight for us, but it's the same question Brazil and others are raising today. What's the proper valuation for carbon we sequester for the rest of the world? That is important. That helps us leverage additional capital around the world. Number two, it is what our colleague just said about regulations. transparent, consistent regulations. The regulations indicate incentives that the private sector and bankers need to finance longer-term investments in green manufacturing, in renewable energy. Those regulations, typically bankers will tell you they need TLC, not tender loving care, but transparency, longevity, and credibility. That when you have a policy on renewables, it will stay for 10 years, 15 years with little changes. That gives a signal to the market that, okay, we can lend, and the policy will not suddenly change. Because some African countries, suddenly a new government comes, they want to change the tariff that you've already indicated for private investors to go into green energy or mini-grids. Third, that is most important, it is a deliberate choice. Yesterday, our colleague from EIDB said it. Industrialization is not an option for us. It is a must. The real value today, and it has been that way for the last 50 years, is not in commodities. It is in value-added products. If today people need our minerals, the negotiation has to be different in two ways. You negotiate to also own shares in those companies now. In the Gulf countries, those countries own their oil companies or they own significant shares in those businesses. In Africa, we are told that no, we should rely on royalties and surface rent. Let me give you a case. In my country, we've exported over $1 billion of minerals in the last 5 years. 1 billion. We've only earned about $70, $80 million. You export $1 billion, you earn 80 million. What's 80 million going to do? One power plant alone maybe is 300-400 million. So we have to do the new deals on our critical minerals differently. That's a deliberate political choice. It is not an easy one. Of course, you've had the many cases of Niger. Niger issue exposed to us what kind of trading systems happen with our minerals. The other aspect is we make a choice to make sacrifices. The Asians did not industrialize by accident. You know, I led the Industrial Development Organization for 2 terms. I spent 20 years there as Director General of UNIDO, 2 terms. The Asians made a deliberate choice to industrialize, which means they chose sectors they wanted to grow and they put money in it, meaning money in their banks that their private sector could borrow. They put in policies, including subsidies, to make sure those industries will grow. We were told, complete liberalization. We should not do that. Well, look at what has happened in the US, in Germany, and in Europe in the last 2 years. There are key incentives to drive their economies into green manufacturing. The point I'm making is the following. Yesterday, our brother talked about phosphate in Togo. The government has to make a decision that they want to go into fertilizer production. They have to put some skin in the game, some public finance, to give the confidence to EIDB to say, we will back you and your private sector to go into fertilizer production. Okay? It is not going to happen by accident. Industrial policy is a deliberate choice. The Americans, the most popular policy today in the US, and what we debate more globally, is the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. President Biden used that act to begin to subsidize and finance green industrialization in the United States, including a lot of incentives and rebates to their own companies. Why? Because there's competition with Europe and China. We in Africa have to do the same, and we're not poor. Countries like Nigeria, they have the resources. Gabon, Congo, we are not poor. If you think you are poor, you manage differently. You beg for aid. If you know you are rich, you negotiate different. And you should be patient to suffer a little. But we rush because we're always in emergency mode, firefighting mode. We want the quick deal because our people need something now. If you mobilize your people, and the best example is Mele Zenawi. When Zenawi wanted to do the Renaissance Dam, most Western institutions, in fact, all of them, refused to finance him. I used to do forums for him, on green economy. He decided that I will build it because I need the power, I need the energy, and I'll trade with my neighbors. He encouraged the Ethiopians to buy bonds. He went to China, he went to the Gulf to structure a deal. Today, yes, the Renaissance Dam is a reality. That's the new thinking. It has to be deliberate, it has to be visionary, and yes, we make hard choices and negotiate different in this green economy. Because the geopolitics is real. Lithium, what we call the new white gold. Everybody is coming to our countries today for lithium. I know, I'm sitting in an important position now, but I'm on various international bodies on critical minerals. Quick deals, everybody's signing for lithium. Tanzania has huge deposit. Zimbabwe. Who says they cannot make batteries? After all, Elon Musk is from Africa. The question for our leaders especially is, if we have these minerals, what would it take to convince an Elon Musk and some of our local people to invest locally, which means the enabling conditions, some of which I have highlighted.
You have spoken exceedingly eloquently. Unpacking a lot of stuff there. Policy, 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 vision, 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 strategy, strategy, strategy. But at the same time, it's a collaboration between the private sector as well as government. But in there somewhere, we must understand, if you cannot change what you do not know. So there's a need also for our political leaders to have the knowledge to do what you've just asked. So I'll defer to Dr. Aminu, because you sit within the chambers of commerce and you do a lot of business, and I'm sure you talk all day long about policy and frameworks and all that stuff. Now, we've spoken all of these things here. My people say, follow no road. Yesterday, the gentleman from India talked about the IT revolution, which clearly was deliberate in the 80s, to the extent that we had people outsourcing to India from Europe. Yet, Africa is only on the same zone, time zone as Europe. Most of our laws are formulated either by France or Britain. Within the ecosystem itself, somebody said our typical GDPs are quite small. So there's a need for us to work together. And I like what my brother said here in terms of picking one country. What are you good at? And let's support it. So I guess coming to you, sir, the question is, what sort of policies are you putting together to drive government to build this new economy so that we galvanize the money required to support those projects?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Modérateur. Quelle politique nous mettons en œuvre?
Thank you very much, Moderator. At the national level and at the regional level, there are policies to promote investment in the green energy, but the capacity to harmonize these policies is a problem. We need to harmonize these policies to enable foreign investors to come and have their capitals protected. When you take a look at the difficulties that we have across the world, it is clear that we need collaboration between the state and the private sector, such that the government can also intervene in the investment that we pull into the countries. Because if a foreign investor sees that his money will be protected by the government, they will all rush into the country to invest. Anytime it is necessary for a government to come and give a guarantee in terms of a sovereign protection of investment, this will enhance investment. Now, we also must also look at bringing on board the business sector. Now, how do we also put in place a framework to promote foreign investment into our respective countries? And the answer to this is policies and the enabling environment, which has been highlighted already. Thank you.
Dr. Kojo, Monsieur Sampre, Dr. Kande mentioned a couple of things from the African Forum. Talked about the assets that we have in our natural resources. I think the big flavor of the month today is carbon credits. But it will appear to me that a bit like our real estate, we're selling our carbon credits rather than developing financial instruments that would enable us to use them as guarantees for future loans. That's number one. Sir, you just mentioned something here which prompted me. You talked about foreign investments, but you also made reference to sovereign guarantees. But here's the point. My understanding is that we have money on the continent. So why can't we use guarantees either from financial institutions like yourselves or the government to actually mobilize and guarantee the money that we have here to finance our own projects rather than financing projects based on foreign investors? You and I know that when the man brings his money, he brings it with conditions. We export jobs and we export our dividends. So how can we use government guarantees as well as guarantees from institutions like yourself to finance and mobilize funding, local funding for the projects that we have here? Dr. Kojo.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you very much for this question. My institution was created by the World Bank, and the objective is to facilitate access to resources as well as access to capitals at all levels of the economies, be it the big companies or the small and medium-sized companies. We also support government to have access to financial resources at a very concessionary rate. It is also important for us to note that my institution has been rated as A by the Standard & Poor rating companies. We also had a second rating by Moody's, A and 3 stable with a positive outlook. This makes us a multilateral, the second multilateral best rated behind the AFDB. Now with this rating that we have, it enables us to have the leeway in raising resources at a very affordable rate, be it for the government or for SMEs or foreign investors. We have observed that, especially for SMEs, that although we acknowledge the fact that these enterprises are the heart of our country's economy, they have problems. The problem they have is the guarantee that the banks will require them. And these small and medium-sized companies are not able to provide these guarantees. And if they're not able to provide them, it means they will not have access to financing. But the question is, why will the bank ask them of this guarantee? It is simply because it's part of the ratios the central bank requires the banks to have so that they can be covered. And that is where the problem lies. Even if the SME has access to the credit, we also note that the cost of credit is too high, because this is a sector where the risk is also very high. We have to understand that the cost of risk must also be such that government must come in to cushion it. The colleagues here raise issues about the level of education, the level of training. That is the reason why in the SME sector, the risk level is very high, and banks are not ready to put their monies in that sector. I recall when I was making my presentation to the banks, I do tell them that it is not the guarantee that makes a dossier a very good one, but the dossier must be first of all good with a bankable project. The guarantee all just will come and add to it. The SME and the bank itself must do a critical appraisal to ensure that this project is a bankable project before they put the money into it, before they can come and then contact us for financing. KFW, for instance, we put in place a product for financing SMEs. How does this project work? First and foremost, we select some banks of our member states and we put the resources available to the banks on lend to the SMEs. We cover the SME portfolio for the banks, that in case of any default, we will first of all pay the first loss up to a certain level. And if it goes beyond that, the agreed level, then the bank will come in to cushion the default. And this also this product enable these banks to extend their credit to the SMEs, and for the SMEs to also have easy access to financing. Now, a bank whose SME portfolio is covered by an A-rating international financial institution will be at ease when extending credit to the SMEs. Now, it also means that the bank will play its role well as a financial institution, and the cost of the facility will be less and acceptable to the SME to come and take credit. Now, this is for the private sector. What about the public sector? The government cannot issue sovereign guarantee for every project. We know that sovereign guarantee for a government is controlled. That is what we must understand. It is also subjected to control by the IMF. So governments come to our institution so that they may not always have to issue sovereign guarantees. And sometimes we step into the shoes of government to issue our guarantees because we are an A-rated institution. Sometimes our government, their rating is B. It's only recently that Cote d'Ivoire has a double B rated by Moody's. Therefore, our guarantee for investors is always preferable. Therefore, it saves our government the trouble of issuing sovereign guarantee, which is not always that they might have to issue sovereign guarantees. Now, I believe that with the support we are bringing on board to government, we are doing our best for a lot of projects to be implemented in the sub-region and across our member states. Now, talking about renewable energy, we have been able to unleash in our member state what we call regional facility to credit. This enables power producing companies to have access to facilities to produce power. Now, when we talk about green energy, either it is solar or wind, once it is produced, it has to be sold to the national power distribution company. But these private operators will need guarantee. They need resources to be able to produce the power. And more often than not, the national power distribution company do not have the capacity to support these institutions. I thank you.
To start to rethink this conversation. I look into the audience and I look at the young ones. And we're talking about IMF and we're talking about government guarantees, risks too high. Look, the truth is, I did some research yesterday. I think Senegal has about, 28 universities, Cote d'Ivoire, another 26, Ghana, 68, Nigeria, about 170. Every single year we churn out children, into the workforce. The long story short is very simple. We don't have enough companies to give them employment. So a number of our children are going to be entrepreneurs by default, All of this conversation that all of us sit down here comfortably talking about risk and collateral and all that stuff, they don't have it. but they need to take advantage of this new economy. So I guess my question, and I'm going to start with Monsieur Sompré and open it up to the rest of us, because we must leave here today with some solutions. Yeah? I want the children to walk away thinking, okay, how can we plug in? How can it be such that we talked yesterday about project preparation. We talked about structures. We talked about skills and knowledge. We talked about a new economy. But the children are sitting down there thinking, we've just come through this process. It needs to be modified. But we're already here. What systems can you put in place to collaborate between the financiers, the government, who are making policies, so that we can prepare these children to engage and connect to finance? Monsieur Sompré. Sompore, rather.
Okay,
I do
merci.
Thank you very much for your question. I'm happy we are talking about the youth, because we are here for the youth this morning. And as always, just to give you some statistics, the ECRE has published some statistics following some studies that in 2021, we had 12 million direct employment linked to renewable energy across the globe. It means that renewable energy sector has the potential. It's true that in West Africa, the figures are not very specific. But what you must understand is that the sort of human resources we need to develop must be a quality one. Now, what is the specific case for West Africa? There are a lot of universities, a lot of training centers, a lot of graduates that are coming out year in, year out from our universities. But what have we done at the regional level, at the ECOWAS level, in the renewable energy sector? I'm talking about energy efficiency and renewable energy. We put in place a regional certification system. This is already being done in so many sectors. In the IT sector, for instance, we have what we call the IT certification, regardless of your training and regardless of where you train from. And if you want to be employed in certain areas in terms of IT, you need the regional certification seal. Now, we need to ensure that we have our personnel trained with the highest standard, not only to design, but also to implement and operate renewable energy facilities. And since 2022, we crowded the pilot phase, and we need to move forward. Therefore, today, we have a very robust system. Now, in our strategic plan 2023 to 2027, we want to position ourselves to become an accredited institution regionally to certify all professionals in the renewable energy sector. It means that in all investment, this must be incorporated, that for your project to be financed, you need to have these categories of people qualified, so that we will avoid the fact that we put square pegs in round holes. That is why we have a lot of projects in the subject that are never operational. Now, you can imagine how much we are losing because we do not incorporate the human capital into the project design. Take, for instance, a young professional today that has that certification can work across the sub-region in any country, regardless of where the person trained from. So this is also an advantage for us. We have a system with solar panel technicians. It can also be given to people who did not train in universities, because they are also on the field. They are very good and they are working. We need to find ways of incorporating them. Therefore, there are training centers in various countries where these people are brought in to give them some training. What we want to ensure is the quality. Today, we have system that we want to promote the mini grid. It's not everybody that is connected to the national grid. Therefore, people who design, people who do the installations, we need to involve them. Today, we are working with WAP in order for us to move this initiative to the next level. We want to have engineers who should be able to interconnect renewable energy into the national grid. We are also talking about a very important matter which we are not talking about: professionals in the energy efficiency sector. Now, we are living in a part of the country where energy power is rare, but at the same time, we living in a region where we waste energy. That is a paradox. That is why we need to pay special attention to energy efficiency. We need energy auditors. We need to know how we save power in our offices, in the transportation sector, and so on and so forth. I was in Lome recently, and the weather was very hot. We have the sun. And why must we be using AC units and being powered by power from the national grid? Why don't we install a solar panel to power the ACs? Why don't we use solar to power our heaters? We are importing this heating unit. Not only is it expensive, but it consumes a lot of power. Whereas you have sun in abundance in the sub-region in Africa. That's why you put in place this system to ensure that at a point in time it should become a necessity in all energy efficiency projects. Government should take it up. Not to monopolize the floor, I would just like to say that we need to ensure that the youth that we are training have jobs. We can have skills, but of what good are those skills if the jobs are not there, especially in public sectors? We have solar plants across the sub-region. Let me just give you something. In the region, we moved from 5 megawatts in 2010. It's only Kevel that had a center. Today, we are talking about 150 megawatts of solar energy being produced across the region. And by 2030, we are going to have 5 gigawatt multiplied by 1,000. That is the power that we will be generating. Now, if this significant investment is made, what will be the added value for us? It's true, we may have power, but what impact would that have on the SMEs and on the youth? It's even ridiculous to talk about it, because we import all these units. What we are giving to the youth is to let them come and do the installation, come and dig holes and put poles, and then install the panel. Why can't we produce the panels ourselves? At a given point in time, we must ensure that technology is transferred. Technology transfer is the way forward. We must ensure that at least 10% of the panel we import should be manufactured in Africa. That is the only way we can give opportunities to the youth. We cannot be talking about promoting investment where we are not promoting technology transfer for them to be doing the donkey jobs. We cannot only allow them to be digging holes and mounting poles. Meanwhile, what they are mounting is produced from elsewhere, jobs being created elsewhere. Now, we need to promote technology transfer, just as other countries are doing. We have people who are well qualified. We have technicians, engineers who can do that in our countries. We can create more values. Now, these are some of the things that we need to promote. We are talking about green economy and energy transition. let me also speak once again on technology transfer. We need to insist on it. We need to make sure that local content is the way forward so that we can improve and promote technology transfer. Government must incorporate this in their laws. You either take it or you leave it, so that our youth should have the opportunity to take the opportunity of what they have. We are in the position of power today, but we can't talk about energy transition when the potentials are created elsewhere, opportunities are created elsewhere, and we are only onlookers. I thank you.
Much, Dr. Sampora.
Moderator, our challenge is very clear.
It certainly is.
We need to create over 20 million jobs a year in Africa, 20 million now. But imagine what happens in 26 years when we're over 2 billion people, 65% of them young. So
hold that thought for a second, because you've all talked about manufacturing. We talked about processing. We talked about project preparation. We talked about where the money is. There's a need to connect project preparation to knowledge and skills and money, but also tax incentives for companies, banks, who are actually training, providing apprenticeship to these children to develop those skills. But hold that thought, because I really want to go to the audience. The number of young ones in the audience now, and please, I want to start with, if you're under 30 or 35, I want to hear from you, because we're all old men here. 2050 is a big number. A lot of us will be in our 80s, I'm sure. Yeah? We'll be relying on you. So there's a gentleman there in white. Can I have the mic going to the gentleman in white there, please? Next to him, and then the young gentleman. But where are the ladies?
I have mic already.
Please, speak.
Oh.
Sorry, sir, are you under 30?
Well, I'm kind of confused about age. Sorry. I think we're here to do the brainstorming and bring knowledge.
Okay, carry on.
Cannot just, oh yes. Thank you, sir. First, let's introduce myself. I'm Theo Bito.
Your question, please. We're running out of time. Stand up, if you can stand up, please. Can you stand up, sir?
Sure, sure. Okay. Maybe I'm too old.
That's why you shouldn't be answering the question. But carry on nonetheless.
No, that's why I should be answering the question,
okay.
Actually.
Your question, sir.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Theo Bito. I'm an attorney at the Paris Bar Association and the founder of Bito Law. We specialize in business law.
Your question, sir.
My question is coming. Okay, the title, the theme that you use is l'énigme du chômage des jeunes exploiter l'économie verte pour accélérer le développement économique. That's the question. Someone has the micro over there and he talk about carbon credit. I would like to ask that person, that expert. First, I forgot to congratulate all of you because you really master your point. So, my question is this. I have been working on this carbon credit for 2 years in my law firm. How realistic do you think really that this can help African youth? That's my first question. My second question, because we all know what's going on in that carbon credit market, and I know Kenya has been working on it a lot, but how far can we go? Shouldn't we be thinking about the transition before we get there? Because currently, even in US, there is a scale back on that program. Are we as Africans ready for that? Do we have the technology? Do you have the skills for that? Are we realistic? That's my first question.
Thank you very much.
The second question is, if you allow me, the skills. Do we have the skills to build the infrastructure that we're talking about? We do not have the skills. The thing is, when you go to, like in France, in Paris, you go in every international law firm, you have Africans who are in African departments. But in Africa, the leader don't trust African experts. How can you bring a French guy like in Togo, ask him to write your law, and you believe that he will do it in the best interest of your country? He will do it in the best interest of his country. So the skills, yes, but how you guys deal with that? So
Thank you very
that's
much,
my
sir.
question.
We'll hold on
Thank
to
you.
that question. The young man with the hands up and whites, please.
Okay, thank you.
Stand up.
Can you stand up?
Yeah, okay. Can I go ahead?
Yes, but whilst you're speaking, can I have the mic, a second mic go to the gentleman there, please? We're running out of time.
This has been a very interesting conversation. My name is Ochana Oko, and I work for the Benue State Governor as a technical advisor. So I want to, like the way the conversation is going, I just want to make something that I noticed, the framing of the questions. Children, it sort of robs us, like young people, of agency. We are able to contribute to this conversation. So that leads to my next question. And that, I'll direct that to Dr. Yomkela. How have you ensured that young people are co-creators of this future that we speak about? How have you, through your work, ensured that you have included young people to create this future that they are going to live in? So that's my question, essentially, and if anyone else on the panel could answer that.
Before I go to the gentleman, I need to apologize to you, the use of the word children. Sadly, my own children are just around 30 years old, so I still call them children. Maybe that's why I go wrong. They're young people, and they have plenty to contribute. Sir. Please carry on.
Okay.
And then I'll take one more and we'll come back to the panel.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Mauto Tosa. The first question will be directed to Dr. Yomkela. Dr. Yomkela pointed out the importance to have transparent regulation for investment. Obviously, we cannot overlook investment documents when attracting investors. So it is very important to take into account what is the real document, the quality of the legal document we should have. So I would like to hail the effort of ECOWAS by adopting the Supplementary Act of Investment in 2008. But the second time, 10 years later, ECOWAS decided to modernize its investment document and adopted ECOWAS Investment Code in 2018. And my question is this: since 2018, we are in 2024, but the legal document is not yet entered into force. Why? And my question is this: how can you justify the lack of political will of the African leaders to ratify a document they freely adopted? And my second question is directed to Mr. Sempore. Monsieur Sempore, je suis heureux d'apprendre.
Mr. Sampore, I'm happy that you are highlighting the importance of training for the youth. And we, the youth, we are not sleeping. We have done some research, and we noticed that in 2003, ECOWAS adopted a policy. But when we look at the provisions of that protocol on energy, we can see that it was just a photocopy of the energy charter adopted by Europeans, and this dates in 2023, whereas that of Europe dates back 1994. And today there is a legal battle between investors across these two continents. But as we speak today, ECOWAS has done nothing to amend provisions of that policy, especially on the energy protocol. Because given the fact that we are talking about youth today, I think ECOWAS should review that test. They should give a new breath into that treaty. Thank you. Maybe you have some explanation to give us.
That gentleman out there who's been raising his hand, and then we'll go back to panel.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Olamide. Dr. Kojo, je voulais savoir l'information.
Dr. Kojo, I would like to know the information you've given concerning financing for banks. I want to find out whether this information is not available to the youth. How do we ensure that the information you are sharing with us today, how do we propagate this information for the young entrepreneurs as I am to get the info.
So Kanda, you just mentioned what is happening or what has happened in Niger with the young population and the Nigerians actually coming to know what was happening with the natural resources. Please, sir, how can we join efforts to continue the sensitization, most especially in French Africa? Because you are in Lomé, which is a French Africa, and you are from East Africa. If you go to neighboring Nigeria and come back to Lomé, you will see the difference in living standards. So please, how can we join efforts to continue the sensitization to make French Africa a little bit closer to English Africa? Thank you very much.
Okay, so just to wrap the questions up there, how do we basically align our understanding, is what you're saying? How do we bring us close together? We are one, West Africa, align the frameworks. The gentleman there was talking about frameworks and rules that we seem to have written but have not brought into policy. The young lady over there works with the government. Where is the youth's voice in all of this? And the gentleman who started the conversation is about skills and expertise. Before I divert to you, I would seek permission from my host, the ECOWAS Bank. There's clearly a need to have a session for the youth. We can't run a seminar, but what we will do, with all your permission, sir, we will engage the youth in a webinar, hosted by yourselves and in collaborating perhaps with Afrexim Bank and maybe the FDDB. We will host that in the next month or two, and we'll bring all of you together to have your say, because you clearly have a voice to be heard. My panel, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On the first question from the lawyer, there is an article in The Guardian. It was published on March 15th this year. It is about carbon cowboys, carbon cowboys. It is a story of Zimbabwe, a company that is getting carbon credits, a foreign company, 85 million pounds a year. Most of it stays out. 11 million pounds is supposed to go to the community. It doesn't arrive. Yet, so there are issues of who owns the credits. How do we regulate that market? In Africa today, still not regulated. Yes, Kenya is doing something, Rwanda and Ghana. For now, the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, it is like the Wild West. Everybody comes in. They tell the communities who will represent you. The bankers don't get the money locally. So we need regulations for that. I'm trying to push that in my country as well, because I have a similar headache. Yeah? So we need clear regulations about how we will manage our carbon credits, which goes back to why our leaders are calling for proper valuation of our carbon assets. Yeah? So read that article. It will give you some insights about what can be done. But again, it comes always back to leadership and governance, which is related to the last question. How do we ensure, this is 21st century. I say to my African brothers, we can blame colonialism for maybe the last 50 years. But the last 10 or 20 and the next 30, we can't blame them. We are in charge. We are. Should somebody tell us today that we have to make our citizens know what natural resources we have, how much of it, where is it deposited? We have to do it. We're waiting for somebody to tell us. For the youth, let me give full disclosure. I came back from overseas to run for president. And I used to do town hall meetings with the youth. And I said to them, even if I don't win, I want you to engage. If you don't demand from the current leadership, if you don't demand more, it will be business as usual. Because why? You are the main voters. In my country, people below 35 are over 50% of the voting population. You choose your leaders. Choose leadership that will let you know how much minerals you have, where they are, and what they're pricing it for. If you don't demand, remember what we said at the beginning, climate change will kill you, not us. We are almost out. Those impacts will be for you, so you demand better. So governance matters, and so we learn from each other that if the trading system is not fair, we demand a fair trading system. The one about youth, the lady's question, I still engage youth. In fact, I'm invited around the world to talk to the youth about green economy. I want to do the same in Africa. You have to know. You have to be part of it. If you don't know it, you can't co-create the policy environment. You would not even know how to write the first project. So yes, there is a problem with project preparation. I go to these events with the bankers and so on, and they say, like yesterday in one of the panels, finance is not the problem, there is money. The real problem is bankability. It's difficult to write those projects. Yeah, the case of Lake Turkana windmill in Kenya. I was in a conference in Paris 15 years ago. The entrepreneur, he said he could not have designed that project, a foreign entrepreneur, if he had not received a grant, the first grant, to begin to do the feasibility study. How many African private sectors can put aside $1 million or $2 million for the pre-investment stages? Design, environmental impact assessment, financial architecture, they don't have it. Our countries need to set aside our money to say, if a youth wants to go into a project, there is a place they can go where they can be trained on entrepreneurship. They sit in a clinic to help them write their projects. It is not as simple as it sounds.
And I'm going to, on that note, I'm going to go to Dr. Sampore, but that point you just made there makes reference to how we use our sovereign fund. A piece of that money needs to be set aside for the development of projects for the youth for the future. We'll come back to that. Dr. Sampore, please.
Okay.
Rather briefly. We're running out of time.
Now, talking about the issue raised by the young man, we need to understand that ECOWAS energy policy is about 40 years now, was reviewed and revised last year. Now we have the updated policy, and it was adopted by the authority heads of state last year with a supplementary act. And I also would like to use this opportunity to say that we also have adopted a framework policy for green energy in West Africa. And that policy was championed by ECRE, which is my institution. It means that ECOWAS is very proactive in energy transition and green economy, especially when it comes to adoption of policies. Now, the youth are always asking, isn't it premature to talk about green energy? And I want to say that we are even late. It was in 2013 that we adopted this green policy. When we were adopting this, people were shouting, it is not for us, that the sun, accessing power from sun is not something that Africa could do. But today, we are all talking about solar. Everywhere you go, people are talking about solar. But we have to fight hard for that policy should be adopted. And today, all ECOWAS member states have in place a renewable energy framework. Yeah, in 10 years to come, you will see that we will be talking freely about a fully integrated green economy. That has to be our vision. We are not only trying to adopt policies in countries, we have projected our action plan up to 2050 because we are visionaries. And one of the action plans was already implemented for the youth. Let me just wrap up. Go back on the question, the one who spoke about the opportunities of the youth. Now, you see, you must also go and look for existing opportunities. For many years now, at ICRE, we put in place opportunities and grants. Even if the grant is not much, we give $60,000 for well thought through and bankable projects on sustainable energy projects. So this is an incentive for the youth. And this is important for the youth. And they must take advantage of that. I also would like to seize the opportunity to say that we are working with EBIT to put in place a facility for renewable energy and energy efficiency within the ECOWAS sub-region. And I believe that by end of next year, this policy will be well wrapped for use.
Where can we find it? Can I make a charge on you, sir, in your position, using technology, your website, create this information, make it transparent to them so that they can see it, and then they can come to you and start asking for this vision that we're talking about together. Because information hidden is no good information. So I'm charging you today, sir, to drive that within your organization, provide that data, that policy on your website so that they can see it and they can come to you. You, sir.
Yes,
you're going to
let me go beyond
Please.
what Dr. Sampo just said now. Comme l'a dit,
As has been said, we have the investment cost policy of ECOWAS, and it's the same document that the African Union is using today. But what I have found is that we, the youth, we do not have access to what policymakers are doing in the sub-region, and we are waiting for the policymakers to send us those policies. What have we been doing? What we do is that we want to promote the involvement of youth for them to know what exactly is going on at all levels. That is why I would like to invite you, the youth, to take ownership of so many of the policies, be it those who are Anglophones or Francophones. ECOWAS has in place policies, and those policies cannot be implemented if you, the youth, you do not also take ownership of them. Now, anytime there is an opportunity for you to take part in platforms like this, I invite you to take part in your numbers. And I would like to acknowledge the proposal you made that these statistics that the boss of ECRE is saying should be available on their website to make the information available. We must also encourage information sharing. We have the information, but those who need the information are not having access to them.
That the final question about guarantee, if you actually meet up with Dr. Kojo, yeah, I've been told that we're running out of time. Yeah, we've run out of time. But I will ask you to actually engage Dr. Kojo directly for that question. Now, if I can thank my panelists, Dr. Aminu, Dr. Kende, Monsieur Sempore, Dr. Kojo, thank you very much for being part of this. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and expertise today. And thank you to my host, obviously, for inviting us to do this. Now, one final word before I pass on back to our MC. My father taught me never to make promises that I cannot keep. So I have made a promise to the youth today that we'll be having a webinar in the next 2 months, hosted by my host. Now, I've clearly thrown them under the bus without their permission. So I have some negotiations to do, and I understand my MC here is a good negotiator. So we will be needing you sometime later on today to participate in this negotiation. But yes, thank you very much for your questions. It is good to have you in the room, especially the youth. You are the future. It is not a statement, it's a fact, and this world belongs to you. And climate change, as said, will kill you faster than us because we will not be here. So you need to do your research before that webinar takes place. I will take your names and we'll engage further. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, my brother Olumide Lala, for expertly negotiating on behalf of Africa's youth. Thank you very much to your panelists as well. And I think that it's very important that we take him up on the webinar. I'm going to actually charge my dear friends, the conveners of the ECOWAS Investment Forum, to lead in that regard. And this is one of the most important highlights of why we gather, to be able to leave this place, to be able to leave this august, I would say, collaborative audience, and take our promises and take our shared experiences and ideas to the next level, and that is the level of implementation. Thank you very much. One more time, please applaud our wonderful panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick side note in respect of our brothers and sisters in respect of our Muslim brothers and sisters, we are aiming to wrap up this session at noon, allowing our brothers and sisters to go to the mosque for prayers. It's very important for us to be able to help you to do that. And so our next session, with respect to all the contributors and the presenters, I am going to scale back on the time for that with all due respect. This allows us to continue with our advocacy for inclusivity, and that includes making sure that we're conscious of our brothers and sisters and their religious commitments today. So please allow me to bring to the stage a series of presentations by our platinum sponsors. We will first of all hear from the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, and then we move to Afrexim Bank, Development Bank Ghana, Waika Reinsurance Corporation PLC, and then we'll wrap up the presentations by the platinum sponsors with Proparco. So if I may kindly ask our first presentation from the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, if I may kindly have our presenter to mount the stage, we would be very grateful. Meanwhile, just as a point for information for all of you, from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. we have the lunch break, and the lunch will be taking place on the first level or the first floor of the hotel. So our stewards and our hostesses will be more than happy to issue your coupons for the lunch break. After lunch, we have a very important roundtable discussion with SMEs and SMIs right here back in this auditorium, for which I respectfully request that we try as much as possible to be seated at the latest 2 p.m. for a 2:05, maximum 2:10 start. So what would have been in the deal rooms, although some of our deal rooms will be ongoing, but we'll be hosting a very important roundtable discussion. Now, that roundtable discussion is not in your program because it is a result of numerous concerns, ideas, recommendations, challenges that were shared yesterday. And so with a quick acting nature, the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, of course, the conveners of EIF 2024 have seen that there is a need for an urgent roundtable discussion before we conclude our deliberations today. So one more time, if I may kindly have the presenter on behalf of EBIT for our series of presentations. I will also ask our presenter for Afrexim Bank to be ready for their presentation. If we may kindly have the presenter. Okay, let's move on to Afrexim Bank. Do we have Afrexim Bank ready for their presentations kindly? Afrexim Bank, thank you very much, sir. Please, with a resounding round of applause, please welcome our presenter. And this particular portion is the presentations by platinum sponsors. We're starting off with Afrexim Bank. We move to Development Bank Ghana. Waika Reinsurance Corporation PLC will follow. Last but not the least, we'll have Proparco. So Afrexim Bank, the stage is yours, sir. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol in place. I'll take you through today just a short presentation of the bank and the solutions and the various trade interventions that we've put in place to actually promote intra-African trade and actually support the continent, elevating it, as our EVP did elaborate on that yesterday. So I don't know if we can start off, please. So, just to give you highlights about the bank, I don't know how many of you do know it. AfriExim is actually a Pan-African multilateral trade finance institution created in 1993 under the auspices of the African Development Bank. We celebrated our 30 years last year, and we're proud of that. Our vision is actually to be the trade finance bank for Africa. To stimulate is our mission, the consistent expansion and diversification of African trade to rapidly increase Africa's share of global trade, and in doing so to operate as a first-class global trade and oriented profit-making institution at the same time. Our mandate, like has been elaborated, is to facilitate, promote, expand intra and extra-African trade with operating commercially through 3 broad services. We do credit, which is mainly trade and project financing, risk banking, guarantees and credit insurances, as well as trade information and advisory services. In terms of our physical presence today, we do have in total 7 regional offices. We've got Cairo, Egypt, which is the headquarters. We've got our branch in Abuja, which covers the Anglophone West African region. We also have the Abidjan office in Côte d'Ivoire that covers the Francophone West African region. We have Harare in Zimbabwe that covers Southern Africa. We also have Kampala, Uganda that covers East Africa. And we have Yaoundé that covers the Central African region. And finally, we just opened our branch in Hastings, Christchurch in Barbados to cover our CARICOM region. Today, we have 52 participating African member countries that constitute the bank for us, and 11 out of the 15 CARICOM member countries have also signed the partnership agreement with the bank. In terms of our shareholding, we have 4 classes of shareholders. You've got the Class A, which is about 64% of our total share holders today, and they comprise mainly African governments and designated institutions and African multilateral institutions. We have the Class B, which is about 26%, and it's mainly made up of African financial institutions and African private investors. We've got Class C, which is about 7%. It's mainly made up of non-African financial institutions. And lastly, Class D, that is open to all subscription by any investors, an African or non-African, through the bank's depository deposit scheme. We operate on a 5-year strategic plan. We're actually on Plan 6 today, with the key caption, Extending the Frontiers, that runs for 2022 to 2026. And in that, we've got 4 main pillars. We've got intra-African trade and AFCTA implementation, industrialization and export development. We've got leadership, global trade finance, banking in Africa, and we've got financial sustainability. And for us, the whole idea is to make sure that, we move the interregional trade that we have today. On average, Africa is just in the regions of about 14.09%. Compared to other regions like Latin America, we have 15%, Northern America 23%, Asia we have about 59%, and Europe about 65% today. Now, what has the bank been doing to try and promote this, increase this percentage for us? We've put in place various financing solutions. I'll just scan through a few of them. For starters, we have our global facility, which is actually a facility we've put in place for African multilateral or multinational corporations who have been branded by the bank as intra-African champions. And we have that to support also the intra-African feeder groups. The facility supports their operations through financing, enabling market access, and other forms of technical assistance across Africa and diaspora. Because we do believe that it's not only about the I would say the European or the American multinationals that need to come and embed themselves. We do have those multinationals in Africa that we need to support and promote to actually make them grow bigger and actually export the services beyond Africa. We also have Intra-African Investment Finance Guarantee. This is to provide financing to promote foreign direct investments, African direct investments. It supports the establishment and expression of businesses by entities from African country in another. The financing also supports acquisitions, joint ventures, businesses under concessions, agreements, and non-equity modes of investments as well. We've developed franchise financing to actually, showcase our brands in Africa. We're launching that with South Africa and trying to export a few of those brands they have there. Egypt as well, we're doing a lot of that as well. There's been a lot of talk about bankability of young projects. We have in place our project preparation facility, which aim is actually to support and the development of projects from conceptualization to a stage where they attract and require debt and equity funding, making them bankable. We have our guarantee program. During this program, we have specialized guarantees covering various aspects of, including country risks, short-term export credit, supply chain finance, note purchase cover, trade confirmation, promissory notes, sovereign obligations guarantees, and the like. We also have our parking credit finance and guarantee, which are loan or advances given to exporters to support them in financing the purchase, processing, manufacturing, packing of goods prior to shipment. This could be in the form of a guarantee on behalf of the exporters, thus making them more viable and acceptable to buyers and able to participate in international export transactions. We also have our intra-African trade services support facility, which is specialized to reduce the risk of uncertainties within intra-African transactions in which the bank acts as an intermediary to facilitate the flow of documents and payments. This will include things like LC confirmation, advising negotiation, reissuances, reimbursements, bills for collection, and open account related services. Now, we have a suite of contracting related guarantees, which is to help promote our EPCs within the continent. We also just last year launched our EPC initiative, which aim is to actually capacitize our local EPCs to be as competitive as the Chinese or the European EPCs that come and win the projects for us. We want Africans to do it for Africa. There are various other trade solutions that we also do provide. We do trade finance programs, lines of credit, note purchase programs, future flow pre-financing, receivable discounting, and the like. So basically, we try to become the one-stop shop as concerns all related trade finance solutions. We also have investment opportunities for central banks. We have our central bank depository program, where we seek to mobilize part of foreign exchange reserves for central banks and other institutional investors to lower in borrowing costs, raise financing for the region's priority infrastructural project. Rather than most of these central banks, depositing the money outside the continent, we're saying, bring that to us and we'll be able to give you competitive rates as well. We are involved in syndications. Our trade facilitation program, the AFTRAF one, which we are using to support a lot of the local Pan-African banks. I think today we are talking about close to 400 that we're supporting within the continent. Now, we do not limit ourselves just to only providing the financing solutions, but we also have the trade facilitations which aim at, putting in place the right framework for this financing to come to place. Is the creation of product capacity, the localization of value addition, industrialization and manufacturing, improved competitiveness, and actually market access as well. Now, what are we doing? We've got things like the export trading companies, our ETCs for us. They play a vital role in aggregating products to achieve economies of scale, providing market information and assisting corporates, SMEs, and the informal cross-border traders to participate in international trade. The ETCs will also support the export, agriculture, and food security initiative that we're also spearheading as well. The bank has been able to develop a model regulatory framework to facilitate the emergence and expansion of ETCs across Africa. And the bank is also developing the Africa Buyers Program to encourage and incentivize buyers to source from Africa. We have our Fund for Export Development, FEDA, which is kind of the equity investment arm of the bank. And today we're actually supporting a lot of the companies in Africa to actually promote. Arise is one of our champions in which the industrial parks they've been able to deploy here in Togo, in Benin, in Gabon. We're now also doing some in East Africa. Cote d'Ivoire is going to come on stream as well, Nigeria. That is through our FEDA arm and Arise, a partnership that will be brought together to be able to create these industrial parks to promote intra-African trade. Moving forward, we cannot stop without talking about the digital arm of the bank. We've launched the African Trade Gateway, ATG, and it's a suite of digital platforms that we'll be able to put in place. I guess you know with the recent technological advancements, it's created the opportunity to adopt a leapfrog technology. In that, we've got our famous PAP system, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which aims at reducing the reliance on foreign currency and the pressure that most of our governments do have today. We've got MANSA, which we are trying to create a repository for compliance and KYC due diligences. We've got our Africa Trade Exchange to minimize the challenges associated with the flow of goods across transit corridors. It is a business to business and a business to government marketplace today. We have our Trader Club, whose aim is actually to facilitate companies locate different markets and different regulatory environments. We provide them the support they need to be able to expand their business beyond their geographical positioning today. Now, ATG connects. It connects the businesses services provides across Africa, provides freight and logistic connectivity solutions which allow for frictionless connecting and matching of freight logistics requests with freight and logistics providers listed on the platform. And lastly, I mentioned also our EPC platform, which we launched last year. It's also where we're now providing governments the capacity to identify African EPCs that can actually competitively and have the experience to execute all infrastructural projects for them. We've launched our Africa Automotive Strategy, which is, as you know today, Africa has over 30,000 components. We're trying to support SMEs to be able to provide these components for assembly as well. Notwithstanding, one that we've actually been in discussions a lot with the ECOWAS region is the Africa Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme. The aim of this is in order to address the transit challenges, Afrexim Bank developed the African Collaborative Transit Scheme, which has already been implemented in COMESA, and we're now looking to explore that in ECOWAS as well. The aim of this scheme for us is actually to promote, through the continent, a single technology-enabled continental custom bonds to promote intra-African trade under the AFCFTA. We are already working with them in the Secretariat to ensure that this goes across the continent. For us, we think the movement of goods from one corridor to the other seamlessly without having to have multiple custom bonds issued will really facilitate movements of goods as well. Notwithstanding, we also have our creative arm. The Creative African Nexus, CANEX, supports the creative and cultural industries, including fashion, film, music, broadcasting rights. We're actually working with some of our clients in the region in this new space that most commercial banks and most other institutions do not know about. I would not leave this stage without talking about the biggest trade fair in Africa today, which is the Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF. Just to give you some statistics for last year, we were able to close 43 billion trade investment deals. We had 28,000 participants, 65 exhibiting countries, and over 1,939 exhibitors. I think if we are looking for one marketplace today in Africa, the IETF has done that. Cairo hosted the last one. In 2025, we'll be hosting another one in Algeria, and I'm definitely looking to seeing all of you present. I think I will end there with saying that, listen, the closest regional office, we've got Abuja next door, and we've got Abidjan. Please do not hesitate to reach out to us. We're here to support the development of the continent from an infrastructural perspective, creative, SMEs, we have it all. Just come to us and we'll look for a solution for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And on that note, we say a big thank you to Afrexim Bank for believing in us and for joining us on this wonderful inaugural EIF 2024. It's important to be the part of the inaugural ones because you are the ones that are able to really tell the history and share the history of the success of the forum. Please allow me to bring now to the podium to share a few words Renee Laye, Chief Cabinet of EBID. Renee, the floor is yours.
Development. With over 40 years' experience, we are the only development finance institution that covers all 15 member states of ECOWAS, continuously driving developmental projects in the West African sub-region. For decades, we have tackled socio-economic challenges through our financing of programs that cover diverse initiatives for the sustainable development of member states. We provide financing for regional and national projects across priority sectors such as infrastructure, agriculture and climate resilience, industry and agro-processing, healthcare and education, transport and logistics, water, ICT and energy. We are a key driver of transformation, effecting positive change in the present for a future resilient, enabled, and resourceful sub-region. We operate in Benin, Burkina Faso, Cabo Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Togo. We have deep roots in innovating technology and growth. We initiated the African Biofuels and Renewable Energy Fund, ABREF. Now ABREC are founding shareholders of Askai Airlines and a founding shareholder in EcoBank Transnational Incorporated, ETI. We have and continue to enable key projects through our public and private windows with successful projects such as creation of the cement factory in Kagblelen by Diamond Cement Company, Guinea. Enhancement of the portable water supply system in Tafire Town and the surrounding communities of Badikaha and Ngolodugu, Cote d'Ivoire. Rehabilitation and equipment of health facilities, Togo. Electrification by solar photovoltaic systems of 700 community infrastructure, Benin. Construction of 27 new drinking water supply systems in the impact area of the Samendeni Valley Integrated Development Program, Burkina Faso. Construction of the University of Science and Technology in the town of Koidu, Kono District, Sierra Leone. Installation and operation of an intravenous fluids factory at Aveta by Do Pharma, Togo. Construction of a 120 megawatt thermal station at Maria Gleta, Benin. Construction of the Samendeni Dam and Hydroelectric Power Station, Burkina Faso, to mention a few. We are poised to fulfill our developmental mandate under the leadership of the President, Dr. George Ejekum Nanadongo. We are EBID. EBID, transforming ECOWAS communities. We have more information for you at www.bidc-ebid.org.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, our distinguished guests, management and staff of EBID, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocols duly observed. I must say it's an honor to make this presentation on behalf of the bank. As many of you may know, the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, was created in 1975. At the same time as the ECOWAS Fund, at the same time as the ECOWAS Commission. In 2006, the fund was reorganized by the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government into a bank with two windows, the public and private sectors respectively. Since its inception, EBID has continuously delivered on its mandate of fostering wealth creation, economic growth, and industrialization for the well-being of the people of the ECOWAS sub-region. However, from 2020 to date, the bank has accomplished a number of remarkable achievements, many of which are firsts for EBID, making this a period of outstanding performance that has greatly enhanced the bank's profile to investors. Despite the challenging global economic environment, through strategic leadership and governance, guided by the principle that in the middle of difficulty lies great opportunity, EBID has made some great strides. I'll start by talking about the bank's credit rating. By deploying all efforts to improve its credit rating, EBID secured an upgrade to B2 with stable outlook for the first time in the bank's history in December 2021. Fitch also revised the bank's rating from B with a negative outlook to stable in April of 2022. And ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenges in the sub-region, we have maintained these ratings. In terms of resource mobilization, a total of $299 million USD was mobilized and received in 2023 alone, which brings the total mobilized under the current leadership to just over $1 billion USD. In terms of our balance sheet, in December 2020, the bank's balance sheet stood at $945.5 million USD. But as of December 2023, I am pleased to announce that the bank's balance sheet had grown to $1.873 billion USD, growth of 96.1%, almost double. I think that deserves some applause. The total committed to projects across the 15 ECOWAS member states to date is $4.172 billion USD for 309 projects. This represents a growth of 77% from 2020 to now. The bank's debentures in 2022 and 2023 were all oversubscribed. Financial performance has also been very good despite the circumstances. In 2023, return on equity was at 1.33%. Our total assets also grew to 1.39 billion UA from 1.18 billion the previous year. And in addition, the bank's NPL has reduced over time, falling within the acceptable range for the industry. In terms of visibility, we have also developed some key publications in-house, such as our West African Development Outlook, the WADO, which shares information on economic trends within the ECOWAS community, as well as the Rendezvous, which is a quarterly bulletin providing information on the bank's activities. Both of these are available online, of course. And we have also grown our social media presence across all platforms, especially our note on LinkedIn, where we are up to 24,000 followers and counting. I'm sure a number of you learned about this program through our social media pages. I don't know if you can give me a wave. Thank you. So there are a number of us here because of the social media growth. But finally, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to inform you that at the end of 2023, which was the halfway mark for our strategy for 2021 to 2025, EBID had actually achieved most of its targets. That also deserves a round of applause. In fact, a few weeks ago, the Board of Governors of EBID, which is made up of the Ministers of Finance and Planning of ECOWAS, has revised some of the targets of the plan just to make sure we continue to challenge ourselves as we grow. So that also deserves some applause. We are pushing the bank to the next level. So as at the end of 2023, we had recorded new approvals totaling 1.327 billion UA, which is 108.4% of what was targeted for the 4-year period. For new commitments, we had reached 1.351 billion UA, which is 135.5% of the targets for that period. For disbursements, we had already reached 82.7% of our projected targets for 2025. For resource mobilization, we were also at about 80% of the projected target. Our loan book totaled 1.065 billion in 2023, which is 115.6% of the projection for the 4-year period. And finally, as I mentioned, our balance sheet had grown to a total of 1.39 billion UA, which is 134.9% of the total projected for the 4-year period. I think all of those deserve a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the numbers show that the bank is on a positive trajectory, and they also present a compelling argument for our emergence as the leading development finance institution for West Africa. Permit me to reiterate in closing that EBID remains committed to expanding its interventions to help improve outcomes for the people of the sub-region. To this end, the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, your bank, will continue to invest in strategic growth that enables us to secure competitive resources for projects with a developmental impact all over West Africa. We are looking into sectors that fall from industry to technology, education, and then, of course, as we were discussing yesterday, agribusiness, food security, and then climate impacts, projects with a positive climate impact. We believe the future is bright for our sub-region, and we invite all of you to partner with us. You can, of course, visit our website for more information to see how best to partner with us. And we thank you very much for your attendance and for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention. Muito obrigado.
Alors tout à l'heure, elle a demandé des applaudissements pour notre banque.
A round of applause for our bank. Thank you for that balance sheet, for that achievement that is driving the regional integration. As we are in the habit of saying, together we go further. Best, thank you very much for the presentation on behalf of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, who has gathered us here. We'll continue with the next partner. Please, may we now welcome the representative of Exim India, Mrs. Salva Nkumo, who is Exim Bank local resident. Please, may we welcome him. He would come across with his message. Thank you. It is because he was expecting you to give him a round of applause. That's why he was not walking fast to come.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, especially the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development for organizing this EIF forum and also inviting us to be part of this forum. So we're really grateful, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We bring a short presentation about Exim Bank. We are a bank, we are a developmental financial institution constituted under an Act of Parliament of India in 1981. And in 1982, we started our operations, commencing our business activities. Our objective or our main mandate that is given to us by our Parliament is to promote Indian exports in various forms that I'll be talking about. We mainly we operate in almost 78 countries by way of our credit programs, various credit programs. And in Africa, we have our own specific programs. As yesterday in the keynote, our secretary informed that more than 42 countries are beneficiaries to the line of credit program. So Exim Bank has under this line of credit program, which is a sovereign lending to various governments for their own project needs. That is one concessional lending that we do. We have a bias credit under National Export Insurance Agency, which is a commercial program through which we lend to the African countries. I'm talking about under these two programs, Africa has been the major beneficiary, and it's almost 40% under lines of credit, which is close to 14 billion USD of our presence by way of lending, and also are close to 3 billion in 2.5 billion here under our bias credit program. So you can see how much our focus has been by way of our operations. We have 3 offices in Africa. Our West Africa regional office is where I'm based at. It's in Abidjan. We look after 20 countries in this region. And we have a close institutional linkage with EBID. We have a 1 billion credit line and a 100 million commercial line to ECOWAS Bank. We have another office in Southern Africa, in Johannesburg, which looks after the Southern African countries. We have in East Africa, in Addis Ababa. Of course, we will be shortly moving that to Kenya. So these 3 offices oversee the entire continent, and of course the North Africa is looked after by our Dubai office. Just to give a brief of our presence in Africa. We have under our lines of credit about 303 projects till last year, and covering over 68 countries. And we have a commitment of little over 32 billion US dollars. Under our bias credit program, which I was mentioning, we have 36 projects which we are undertaken close to $3.38 billion. We cover in various sectors, which I will be coming shortly. Other than these 2 programs, we also have export capability programs by which we give term loans, we give working capital facilities, we give financing for overseas investments by our Indian companies. We do finance for research and development, and even for export facilitation, we have like trade assistance, which I'll be talking shortly. So these are some of the initiatives through which, amongst many other programs, that we operate in and across various geographies in the world. We do have close linkages through institutions also. We do co-financing. We do through multilateral development banks. Currently, if I have to talk, we also provide a lot of project export support. Currently, we have about 75 ongoing projects for close to $5.3 billion. So in this, about covering over 37 countries. And our 30 Indian companies are getting benefit out of these coverages. Under our overseas investment program, which we just mentioned, we cover over 78 countries with an aggregate exposure of over 67 billion US dollars. I did mention some of the things that you would have seen in the presentation about Exim Bank, covering different sectors which we mentioned in agriculture, power, water, manufacturing sector, transport, healthcare, in construction or infrastructure, in defense, are some of the sectors where we are actively involved in terms of our reach in Africa. Africa is also something unique for our, not only for Exim Bank, but is also for India. So based on our India's engagement with Africa, we do share very unique experience in terms of our reaching out to Africa through the needs of Africa is something which we keep it in mind, and then based on that the programs are developed. Also, like, we want to highlight that some key sectors where which were displayed in terms of energy, healthcare, agriculture, or equipments are all something which are with high quality and cost effective methods which were used. So in terms of project execution also, these were on a much lower side. We have advisory services. We have engaged with Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa. We have close linkage with Afri-Exim Bank. Since 1987, we have been closely associated in some form or other. We have done a lot of pre-feasibility study, especially like even in setting up of the Commonwealth Trade and Development Bank. So in that sense, we see ourselves very much rooted in Africa. We have provided technical assistance support to Ghana Exim Bank. We were involved with the Nigerian Exim Bank. So these are some things which we are actively engaged with. We have institutional linkages with International Solar Alliance, through whom we work closely to bring about renewable energy sources, especially in the area of solar sector. We also have linkages with African Development Bank, and that's where we have strategically set up our office in Abidjan. So we work closely with them and collaborate on many activities that we do together. Apart from this, I would like to highlight today our trade assistance program, which we launched a couple of years back. Under this program, which may be of also concern, there are many banks here, and there are many importers who are doing imports from India by way of equipments, or even engaging services of Indian companies. So this kind of program will definitely help, especially when while importing the equipments, the seller, that is the exporter in India, typically would like to have a letter of credit opened from a bank. However, the exporter's bank in India may not be comfortable or knowing about some of the local banks in Africa. So as Exim Bank of India, what we have under this program, which we have initiated, is trying to bring together or facilitate the transaction by entering into an agreement with the local bank, and we by that agreement we support the LC issuance. So typically when an LC gets issued, we tell our Indian bank that we are comfortable with this bank, and therefore we can facilitate this transaction. So we give a guarantee or an SBLC to our Indian bank, and on the due date, for any reason, if there is a delay in retiring that LC, then Exim Bank will pay to the Indian bank, and then we directly get the monies from the local bank. So we are engaging, like, for example, with banks like EcoBank, Zenith, UBA, with Chorus, Bank Atlantic, We have arrangement with Standard Bank, then APSA Bank. So all are some of the banks operating in Africa where we have some form of an arrangement, or also some discussions with local banks are also going on. So if these LCs are getting issued from one of these banks, then Exim Bank will be able to facilitate such transactions. So this is something which can be made use of by anyone importing from India, and any banks who are also here would like to engage with us. We are here, so we can definitely let you know about more on the program that we are talking about under trade assistance. With this, I would like to stop. I think I'm seeing that the time I've just short by a minute. We're really grateful once again to EBID. Our President, VP is there, and all the team members. Thank you for organizing such a wonderful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for this so clear presentation. Merci pour nous avoir.
Thank you for the brilliant presentation on the India Exim Bank and the opportunities. This is what this type of forum is for. Thank you for sponsoring this event and to help it grow. Thank you for telling us that our sub-region present fabulous opportunities, and then it is up to us to drive it into projects. And our country have seen for quite some years now our airline, which has been carrying around our people, but also freight. But on that note, can we invite the Marshal Tevi Benis, that is the marketing officer, to make a presentation on ASCAI? Thank you.
Vos applaudissements sont timides, à moins que je les réclame.
Please, may we welcome him with a loud round of applause.
Okay, Mr. President, honorable guests at your grade and respective level, good morning. We are delighted to be here today to have a short message from ASCAI. And on behalf of our CEO, Mr. Isaias, who unfortunately is on business trip and couldn't join, he expressed his gratitude for inviting us for this event. And he is passing his greeting to you. He would love to be here in person, but I'm sure you have more opportunity to meet and to have extensive discussions. The topic that has been selected for this event is really eye-catching for us, very important, as part of the transformation of the community, how best we can invest and what is our achievement. And there are a lot of initiatives that we need to really consider and to promote investment in our region. We have right now to recognize that ECOWAS is offering us an environment where we have a lot of opportunities, but which we are not really exploring at its full potential. We are lucky that we have the free trade, the free movement of persons. We can move from one country to another without having to pay visa, which unlike is the reality of other economic regions in Africa. And this has contributed for the success of ASCAI in West Africa especially, and for us to extend also our wings to Central Africa, Southern Africa, and recently to East Africa. So as of today, ASCAI is operating to 28 destinations across 26 countries in Africa. So from Cape Verde, Praia, up to Nairobi, from the south side, from Joburg up to N'Djamena. And we are really proud to contribute to the economic development of the region and also of the continent, because it has been a key mission that we had to promote, not only to do business, but to promote the economic growth, the tourism, and a lot of things, cultural events. So it is for us a pleasure to be partner for this event. But we still have a lot of challenge among the realization we made. For example, last year, closing the year almost around 200 billion of CFA as turnover. We have serious challenge. We need also to consider at the community size, which the states will be really involved to create a kind of environment that will be sustainable that will help for sustainable business. I'm thinking, for example, about the threats we are facing in terms of safety, security, and also disease, a lot of things. There are a lot of opportunities. And one of the important aspects on which ASCA is really investing right now is the human capital, because we believe this is a key factor that will bring our region to new heights. And in our planning, we are planning to have, probably before end of this year, a flight simulator that will be now in our region, because we are having a lot of airlines, but it's difficult to get high-trained persons in terms of capability, in terms of knowledge. To train pilot today, you have to go to maybe Addis Ababa, Nairobi, Johannesburg, to Cairo, but we are having a lot of airlines in the region. We are having a lot of young men who want to become pilots, but we don't have any training center with simulator in our region. This is a kind of contribution ASCA is planning to do, and it is a huge investment which needs your support as also business partner to make it happen, to make it successful. And we are also seeing the impact it will have, because it will drive a lot of people to come to Lomé. It will create a lot of indirect or direct jobs, like hotel, a lot of things around tourism, to develop more. And we need to have a kind of synergy to really put our effort together. Yet, even if it is in Lomé, we believe that this will have a kind of benefit for Côte d'Ivoire, for Ghana, and will impact positively the community. A part of the investment also, we are investing in training young flight technicians, because we need as much as possible, as many people to really maintain our aircraft for safety reasons. And we will continue the investment in the capital human. This is a key challenge, but also we need to have a kind of environment that will be really good to promote the economic development regarding taxes, because this is something affecting the cost of travel. We need airline government also to really contribute to the implementation of MUTA, which is the single air transport market of Africa, by liberalizing the traffic rights. So we can fly as much as we can, for example, to Dakar, and this probably will contribute to lower the travel cost, and will help businessmen to do a lot of meetings, to have a lot of direct impact with the population, because sometimes you want to do a kind of close discussion with people, but when you look at the price of the tickets, you say, oh my God. So we need also to think about all this, and we believe that we have the capability to achieve it. During a long time, you have been told that African cannot lead an airline, but we have demonstrated that since 2010, being fully private airline, we are making profit consecutively about 2-3 years now. So we have the capabilities, and we aim to increase the fleet to increase our network, and to develop soon a full cargo dedicated aircraft. And this one, we found it very important because the economic exchange is becoming more and more important. We are having a lot of industrial platforms that have been created here and there. Benin has, Togo has. We are already working with platform industry that they copy to export the goods that are produced. And it is even deliberate I wear this kind of shirt because this is the most important thing to consume what we are producing locally. It is really important. And I got it at Togo Mall. A lot of people are not talking about it, but we need to consume if you want to transform really our community, because producing without consuming what we are doing, it is like investing maybe somewhere where we cannot get a return on our investment. We want in a maybe near future to have a lot of small Dubai in West Africa. Why not? That means we need to create a lot of things, and we count on you, on your support to achieve this. And we all thank you again for your patronage during all these years, around these 14 years. We have carried more than 7 million passengers. Last year was the best one with more than 1,137,000 passengers, which is a new milestone in our history. And we are expecting, or we are planning, and we will work hard with you to achieve it, to cross the target of 3.3 million passengers in 2033. That means in the next 10 years, we aim to increase highly the connectivity and increase the economic exchange to create more jobs, maybe direct or indirect, and we will be happy to have all of you flying on ASKY. So wherever you are, dream ASKY, dream economic development of our region, and let's work together through this perspective, because we have a lot to show. So I will not take that much of your time. The essential is there. We have the capability. We have the means to invest. Let's invest and let's consume. That will be a key challenge, a key element to really make the success of our economic in not only in West Africa, but also to expand beyond our borders. We will be happy if this exchange have also a kind of impact on Central Africa economic region, in Maghreb area, to be well known not only in our region, but on the whole African continent, and why not to start being the country or the economic region that is exporting more to the rest of the world than importing from the rest of the world. This is how we will really say that we have achieved our target of being a strong economic region. We thank you very much for this opportunity, and we wish you a success in the future initiative that will be taken, and to invest a lot, especially in the capital human. We have a lot of young people that are trying to leave our countries because they are losing faith. And this is not something we need to encourage. We want to give them hope that we have the potential, we can change their life being here. We need their contribution. And as investor, we expect you to be the leader that we want to have in terms of governance, in terms of transparency, and in terms of a lot of things. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Alors,
I hope his message has gone down well with us, sharing hope in the development of human capital and in our sub-region. So the marketing manager You know, we are very proud in Africa, South Africa, and EBID is calling upon us to actually take up some of those challenges. And we hope that very soon we'll be training pilots here in the South region. ASCAI driving that vision. And even if the technology has been far advanced, everything is possible. Thank you for that lesson of hope. Thank you for sharing that. May I seize the opportunity to remind us that if we Africans remove visa restriction among us, and if we aim to make air transfer accessible, so the indicators that you gave right away, right now, we have the ability to explode it, to go beyond that. The aim is to make it 100%, 20%, 1,000% of air transport growth, and we hope to reach there through forums like this. And then just a matter of building the capacity and then translate the potential, establishing into capabilities. Now we move to the next sponsor.
Let's introduce Mr. Sarah Wanga from EIF Reinsurance Corporation PLC. Je vous invite à accueillir Monsieur Sarah Wanga de EIF qui nous fera la présentation.
The next presentation comes from from EIF.
Vous avez compris que je me suis trompé.
Sorry, I made a mistake, not Mr. One, Miss Madam Sarah Wanga. Thank you. And then may we have his presentation.
Expanded its frontiers in Africa and beyond. The company's drive to cover the African continent has seen the establishment of offices in Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Tunisia, and subsidiaries in Ghana, Zimbabwe, Kenya, in the western, southern, and eastern parts of Africa, Dubai, to cover the Middle East. The company's gross written premium is $214.2 million, and profit after tax is $25.9 million as at December 31st, 2022, from $0.37 in 2012. Total assets have also grown from $12.6 million in 2012 to $267.2 million as of December 31st, 2022. Waikari, together towards tomorrow.
Honorable guests, all protocols observed. I'm very proud to be here today to be part of this inaugural investment forum. Waikari is a reinsurance business. It was founded in 2011. We are headquartered in Sierra Leone, and the aim of the business was to help mitigate the effects of lack of reinsurance capacity within Africa and the West African insurance industry. We underwrite both treaty and facultative businesses. Our key areas are in property, casualty, engineering, oil and gas, marine and aviation, motor, and life. We're in several African countries, that is Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Nigeria, Tunisia, Zimbabwe, Kenya, London, and Dubai. I will keep my presentation short and sweet and to the point in the interest of time, and I will touch on the investment opportunities and challenges that we've experienced since 2011. I'll divide the presentation into two areas where we'll look at 2022, when I think that was where we had a key change in the investment environment, so post-2022 and pre-2022. So before 2022, we had a lot of foreign investor inflows. The equity and bond markets were performing really well. It was a perfect opportunity for Africa Returns in Africa were very high, and it was good for investments for a number of our portfolios. However, in 2022, we had rising interest rates, inflation started rising, and therefore global central banks increased their interest rates. The impact of that is that we saw a number of debt defaults. We saw foreign portfolio outflows out of Africa, and a number of African currencies depreciated. Last year, we had a number of currencies depreciate more than 50%, which has been bad for a number of our portfolios. However, this year, we're seeing that the investment environment is likely to change, which is very good news for Africa. We're seeing global interest rates are likely to decrease. Currencies have started to appreciate against the dollar. So since March, we've seen a number of African currencies recover, which is good for us. We've seen the foreign investor inflows continue to come into Africa. So this is a perfect opportunity for us to invest in the country. As Waikari, we see this as an opportunity for us to increase our growth. Reinsurance business we expect is likely to increase, and investment income will also increase. In conclusion, there are very many investment opportunities in Africa. And as Africans, I encourage us to invest in Africa. Thank you.
Merci, madame. Vous avez effectivement fait très, très court.
Thank you very much, madam. You've been very, very snappy, and by doing so, you would help us to actually ask our brothers, since the Friday is a sacred day, we'll ask our brothers to be able to take leave of us. In a short while, it will be midday, and then we will be having the break for lunch. So those who have their tickets for lunch, Anita, what time do we return back? Do we return to the hall? We converge here again at 2 p.m. for a panel discussion. At the same time, there will be so the break runs up to 2 p.m. and we converge again at 1:30 p.m. There's going to be a deal room, so please, we converge back at 1:30 for a panel here, and all is going to happen in a plenary section.
Ah, c'est plutôt 14 heures.
The panel discussion will take place at 2 p.m. here, and all the participants are invited to lunch at the first floor. Please, those who have the tickets, we wish them bon appetit, and those who are going to the mosque, we pray they pray for us. Thank you.
Provide financing for regional and national projects across priority sectors such as infrastructure, agriculture and climate resilience, industry and agro-processing, healthcare and education, transport and logistics, water, ICT and energy. We are a key driver of transformation, effecting positive change in the present for a future resilient, enabled and resourceful sub-region. We operate in Benin, Burkina Faso, Cabo Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Togo. We have deep roots in innovating technology and growth. We initiated the African Biofuels and Renewable Energy Fund, ABREF. Now ABREC are founding shareholders of Askai Airlines.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from your lunch break. Welcome back from your break in general. We shall continue our programming this afternoon here at the ECOWAS Investment Forum 2024 with a crucial conversation. And that conversation is packaged as empowering small and medium enterprises and small-scale industries, driving sustainable growth in the ECOWAS region. Before we go into that conversation, please, if you are here for the energy and climate change conversation, I have to ask you to kindly then go to room Kellen, which I think is on the first floor or mezzanine. Kindly, for energy and climate change, your room is Kellen, please. So I'll give you about 2 minutes. If you are for SMEs and SMIs, small-scale enterprise and small-scale industries, then you are here. But if it's for energy and climate change, it is room Kellen. Pour participer aux conversations sur l'énergie ou le changement climatique, veuillez vous rendre dans la salle Kellan. La salle Kellan, c'est pour l'énergie et le changement climatique, s'il vous plaît. Ou bien, c'est Karen, sorry. Karen. Karen. La salle Karen. Energy and climate change, s'il vous plaît. Thank you. Karen, c'est sur le premier étage. C'est le ou la? N'importe quoi. Premier étage, s'il vous plaît. Okay, cool. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel conversation that has become crucial to have, given the feedback we've received from a lot of you, looking for the platform for SMEs and SMIs to establish the challenges that they face, look at possible solutions, and contribute to recommendations from the perspective of the SMEs and SMIs. So please allow me to call to the stage, joining me, can I please have Joe Onyeke, Esquire, lawyer of over 2 decades, and Joe is the National President of Oil Palm Growers Association of Nigeria, and he's also the Managing Director of EIF Eco Oil Palm Company. Joe, please. I know you've just had lunch, everybody, so we need the energy back in the room. Joe, please do us the honors. Can I also please have Mr. Humphrey Oriaki, who is a financial advisory and fundraising professional. Humphrey is the Managing Director, CEO at PAC Capital Limited, a Pan-African investment banking firm with focus on Africa and the Caribbean. Mr. Humphrey, you are very welcome. We are going to have Madame Benedicta Lassie, who is Executive Chair, African Trade Center, and Benedicta has over 2 decades of experience in law, investments, energy, and international development. Benedicta, you're very welcome to the panel. Last, definitely not the least, please welcome Simone Tebayema, who is the Secretary General of the Agency for National Promotion and Financial Grants. Please join us, Madame Simone. and I will join my panelists, and we will start the conversation the moment we settle down. Three, two, one. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome. I know that most of you didn't see this conversation, of course, on the schedule, and that's because it was designed initially to be a deal room conversation or a deal room experience, until it became very apparent following the numerous conversations that were happening yesterday that for lack of a better term, it needed to be more than just a series of, maybe one may call it isolated conversations, and rather needed to be a roundtable discussion or a panel discussion. So allow me, first of all, to ask each of you, perhaps the simple question, maybe not so simple, but when you think of challenges SMEs and SMIs face, what comes to mind? Joe, maybe we start off with you. The concept of SMEs and SMIs facing challenges. What comes to mind, Joe?
Good day, everybody, and thank you for the question. When you talk about SME, you talk about the engine house, the main nerve center of the economy of any country. And unfortunately for West Africa, it seems as if we are at the tail end. We are the last in the entire African continent and the world. And the challenges are too much. There are too many. So until we have a very, very serious and deliberate effort to change the narratives in terms of ease of doing business, in terms of access to finance, in terms of critical infrastructure that is required to drive quality products, and in terms of good consumer education, because we need to buy what we produce. And because when we buy what we produce, we create that confidence for outsiders to come and buy, and then attract the foreign investors. Because the space in West Africa, for instance, we have too many opportunities in West Africa, but too much poverty. So it's a paradox. You ask yourself why? Because we are not addressing the main issues. Even educational-wise, the universities are not teaching our people what they should learn. In this century, people should go to school to go and learn some social science studies that you wonder, what are you waiting 4 years for? So we have to go to vocational training, skill acquisition, and all that. So SME is the main, control about 80 to 90% of the GDP of any country. So we don't have to play with SME.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Simone, we're talking about challenges. Maybe you can tell us, one or two challenges. If you haven't experienced, perhaps you see the industry experiencing over and over again. Simone.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the questions. I will be speaking French. Thank you for the invitation. For me, there is the opportunity to talk about what we face as challenge in dealing with the SMEs. We, as a government support agency, we work hand in hand with the agencies to actually face the challenges that they meet. So our mission, our existence, our business that we focus on is to help SMEs to actually scale up. The SME, as we know, is, as the previous speaker said, is the engine of business. And a lot of countries have focused on that target as engine for the creation of jobs and the creation of wealth. So precisely, we realize that there is an imbalance between the challenges the SMIs face and the agencies that are there to help them. So we step in to actually address the solutions that these entities face. So among these challenges is the ability of the SMEs to set up, to be sustainable and be productive in terms of staying within time. So the challenge, as SME and SMIs today can be summed up into categories. The first relates to all that has got to do with the technical and managerial aspect, because from the little experience that I have in SME support, is not the entrepreneur that wants something. It's a meticulous work. So we said there's need to create jobs, there's need to set up enterprises, but there is no school where you learn to become an entrepreneur. There's a lot of school where you learn to become an employee. So the entrepreneur, the project person or promoter must know that it is a long and hard-work road or journey. The entrepreneur must build capacities that enable him or her to overcome that challenge. It is the first capital. It's not the financial resources, it's not the funds that we made available to you, but it's you yourself. Your challenge, ability to have someone those challenge is not going to be a flowing river. How do we get to understand that the entrepreneur has the profile required to surmount such difficulty? Is the first challenge. And the second would come in the support he needs to go to the market to acquire the machineries and all sort of difficulties.
Benedicta, then I move from what Simone has just contributed to perhaps regulatory complexity. You don't go to school to learn how to manage an SME or to manage an SMI. You perhaps get into it naturally or organically. And then you're faced with so many regulations, particularly now that we're talking on a regional level. How do these regulatory complexities remove, perhaps, opportunity away from SMEs and SMIs, in your opinion?
I think that, first of all, I'd like to thank EBIT for putting in this panel, because it's important that as a continent and as a sub-region, we recognize that the discussions around SME is what would actually transform. SMEs are the types of organizations that will transform this continent. And so we have to think about the discussions we have about SMEs with a strategic view of seeing how, as institutions or as governments, we need to work and plan around them to empower them to be able to transform this continent to become the continent of prosperity and development that we are all talking about, or that we are all looking to see in the coming years. Now, if you talk about regulatory environment, yes, there's an important need for ensuring an enabling environment for businesses. But let's ask ourselves, what are our government's view of SMEs? What have we seen our governments take as initiatives for SMEs in different sectors? So we have about 80 to 90% of our companies being SMEs, and they are actually driving the growth of our individual countries. But SME conversations are had in isolation. They are had as though those conversations would self-correct the challenges we face. But we must begin to see a much more concerted approach when we are talking about how we build a strong ecosystem to drive entrepreneurship on the continent, to drive and empower entrepreneurs. Because yes, we do not go to school to necessarily undertake courses in entrepreneurship, but our governments must begin to realize that since governments only absorb about less than 10% of the workforce, since we do not have the private sector currently being able to absorb the almost 12 million youth that are churned out in our educational systems currently on an annual basis, government must begin to put in place policies that would ensure that we are able to empower young people to go into entrepreneurship. Now, that sort of policy framework would need to take into account not just empowering and giving capacity to our young people in the universities, but also looking at a holistic approach of empowering these young businesses to actually thrive and grow. Day in, day out, we hear our colleagues, we are starting this business, we are starting that. We keep registering companies, we have brilliant ideas. However, ask them 5 years down the line, most of our SMEs are closing down. And a lot of the factors that have been narrated by previous speakers, whether it's the challenges with financing, whether it is the lack of managerial capacity, all account for our companies or our SMEs not being able to thrive. And so as government or as a sub-region that is looking to transform itself from being one that is dependent on the West to give us funding, we want to see that maybe an SME that is launched this year, 20 years down the line, would be investing in EBIT. We want to see that our financial institutions are putting in place the right policies to empower and enable our private sector, our SMEs, to grow. And also ensuring that, yes, through some guarantees and measures, we can sort of have a regulatory environment that enables and not one that restricts. Because currently, if you study a lot of the regulatory frameworks for business setups, and particularly young businesses across the country, whether it's Francophone Africa or Anglophone Africa or our Portuguese-speaking colleagues, it is restrictive. It actually prevents you from wanting to be an entrepreneur in any sector. And so we must begin to re-evaluate our regulatory frameworks to ensure that they become the enabling tools to actually drive the entrepreneurship that we need. Because as has been said, without entrepreneurship, without empowering SMEs, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement would fail. Without supporting SMEs, we cannot come out of this lack of economic development that we are seeing on the continent. And so we must see development of SMEs and supporting of SMEs as the critical pillar that would actually lead the continent out of our current state and make it a prosperous one. Thank you.
Belinda, thank you so much. Yes, a round of applause for that. I mean, we talk about, and Humphrey, I'm coming to you with this one. We talk about the lack of experience, the lack of education that can prepare a founder of an SME or a manager of an SME. We talk about the regulatory complexities, etc. Let's talk a little bit about money, because the bottom line is so many extraordinary ideas, quite a lot of passion, quite a lot of intent, very little investment, if I may say so, without necessarily having the data in front of me. What can we do as SMEs? Well, actually, let's not even talk about solutions. Let's talk about the problem. Why is there so little investment for SMEs and SMIs from how you are seeing it? Humphrey.
Thank you, Anita. First, also thanking the organizers of this forum for making it important for us to have this section, be it impromptu, and I think that shows the dynamism of the organizers. Just like you had mentioned, finance, all the challenges that you have talked about, skills, the legal, where we are, and the rest, all across financing. Because when you want to talk of the legal framework, sometimes you need professionals to help you navigate that, and you need cost. I mean, you need to be able to pay for the cost of a legal consultant, or as the case may be. When we talk of training, even now, yes, there are some business schools, some universities that are now focusing on courses or training for SMEs. Again, you need financing to be able to procure such costs. Then if you are also looking at attracting the right skills or workforce to also join, you also need financing as well. Then talking about why are people not making investment, or why is financial institutions not making investment, it is largely because of how they view the risk. There's no investor or a bank, as the case may be, who is not interested in making investment. They want to make investment and they want returns. And of course, in simple economics, we are told that the higher the risks, the more the returns. But you don't want to forego, or rather you don't want to lose your money with the mind of having higher returns. So you still have to create a balance. And the issue now is, how do we mitigate or at least reduce the risks that are inherent in SME or SMIs, as the case may be. I think that is where the real issue is. And if we want to look at all that, institutions like EBI that would know now, and the banks, especially the local banks. When I say local banks, I mean the commercial banks in each countries or across the region that are not multilateral institutions like the likes of EBIT. If we come to EBIT now, for instance, the financing acts, the minimum amount we want to look at, it's nothing less than $5 million or 5 million euros. So anything less is not worth their while. But however, they can channel that resources through a local bank in that jurisdiction that can take that risk, because everybody will be comfortable with the risks of that local bank. But then the local bank in itself has to be comfortable with the SME. And most of the times what you also see is that there are no records. Bookkeeping is a challenge. You know, a situation where you, first again, well, let us now look, how do you classify who is an SME, or which company is an SME, and which differs from countries to country. You know, some will look at the number of employees, others will look at the turnover. And looking at the regional integration that we are looking at, we have different currency. If Nigeria is saying an SME is a company that earns maybe 20 million turnover per annum, Ghana will classify that in cedis, and maybe a figure that when you translate that, it may not necessarily equal to 20 million naira. And EBIT, for instance, or other institutions that deal with USD or euro, when you translate that, of course, it's going to be far less than the $5 million. So you see that there is no like a unification that you can use, or it's not a one-size-fits-all across the continent or the sub-region, as the case may be. Then if you then also then look at staffing, you know, some we are looking at whether it's 10, whether it's a micro or 50 staff or the likes, and most of the time, when those who that require lots of human capital requirement that require large number of staff, especially for small-scale industries, for instance, where a lot of the activities are generally manual, so you require a lot of manpower. But even at the number of manpower they still have, you still see that management, there's no structure. You know, the management and decision-making resides more or less on one man, who's the founder. And most of the times, they are reluctant to allowing others to join in the decision-making. So they are the alpha, the omega, more or less, as it were. So when you have such, lenders or investors seem to have some kind of phobia to say what happens, because again, you are talking of key man risks, for instance, you know, and because of that, you don't have proper controls on a lot of things. So essentially, these are the key issues. So.
Now, I want to make this conversation as dynamic and engaging as possible. Do I have one or two SMEs or SMIs here to describe a challenge they face? I don't want the solutions yet. I don't want the recommendation. I want a challenge. And so I want to hear your experience. Please, Madam, if you can give him the microphone, your experience, either in line with what has been shared now or perhaps even different. A challenge you have faced, please. Please tell us your name and where you're from, the name of your organization, sir.
My name is Ruben Tamba, and I am a Cameroonian entrepreneur based in Nigeria. I've stayed in Nigeria for 19 years.
Please move the microphone a bit closer so I can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would say my name is Ruben Tamba. I am a Cameroonian entrepreneur who has lived in Nigeria for 19 years. I wish to say a big thank you to Madame Simone, who has done a wonderful presentation on what involves SMEs or SMIs on the African continent. Merci, Madame Simone. Je vous félicite parce que
I am commending because you have given the true picture of SMEs in Africa. These are the activities and then the challenges that we as heads of this enterprise meet. Today, we don't want to go into such things that the governments do. Conferences as such have been organized since time immemorial. After this conference, everything ends here. Nothing is left. Nothing is continued. So we, the African youth today, we want to be practical. We want that right after this conference, everything that has been said here should be practiced, put into practice by the Togolese government. It is by doing this that the African entrepreneurship, particularly the younger women that you represent together, we can say that we can lift this continent to another level. Gentlemen, please, I would like to understand your story. Not the recommendations, but the story, the challenges. Our challenge today relates to the support from agencies like ECOWAS Investment Bank, that must pass or channel funding through standard banks or local banks. These local banks have set up a kind of networks, as once they receive such fundings, it is the networks of such people that they channel the financing to actually get the information or the available financing is a whole headache. So information regarding the funding does not get to the leaders of the entrepreneurs, the entrepreneurships, or those involved in the entrepreneurship. That is why when you said information regarding managerial information must get to the entrepreneur, and this also is a problem. So there is a challenge, an issue of information sharing.
Yes, the gentleman with the other at the very top. Yes, sir.
Sule. We are producers of Emega fertilizer. We're based in Makadi, Benin State in Nigeria. Yeah, we produced Emega fertilizer. It's a chemical fertilizer and of very high quality. We've been trying to break through at the national level in order to supply fertilizer through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. We virtually met all requirements. Then just this week, there was another list of 10 new regulations. 10 new regulations issued in a memo requiring all companies that wish to do business through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture to comply with. And these are certifications, new certifications from different institutions across the country, which you must meet. I think the last thing I would like to comment on would be the issue of funding. And here, I think EBIT has a role to play. EBIT must include within its structure. It is inconceivable that you would say that the least loan you can give is $5 million. To me, it's totally unacceptable, given the kind of environment in which you operate. You just assume that you downgrade. You create a department for SMEs and microfinance institutions, and you make fund, give them specialist training, make that kind of funds available. You imagine what $1 million can do if we change it to CFA in this economy in Togo, and how many young people can access that kind of funds. So if you are not ready to take any form of risk because you want to be a AAA rated financial institution, then you may be losing a very critical part of your clients, and you may not be fully achieving the purpose for which you were created. So I think that there is need for EBIT to create that department for SME and provide specialist training for them in order to meet that niche in financing. Thank you.
This is why I like this conversation, because I do believe that we have some rapporteurs, and the rapporteurs are going to capture what would eventually be recommendations made by the custodians of the industry themselves, as opposed to professionals, so to speak. Thank you very much. One more story, one more example of a challenge you have faced. I don't want solutions, I don't want recommendations yet. I want to hear a challenge, an example of a challenge. The gentleman with, okay, we've got Sue on this side. Very quickly, I'll take those two and then we'll come to possible solutions.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good afternoon. I am Eto Jean-Paul. I am an IT developer. I am the co-founder of Start the Club. Clumer is a startup that aims to put technology at the service of event organizers through services like Boyotary, E14, Club 14, and so on. For me, it's been about 7 years that I started an enterprise in Togo. Well, what I noticed is that we say we promote entrepreneurship, but I don't know, I've not seen it. I don't know for Anglophone countries, but the Francophone countries, Togo particularly, entrepreneurship is not promoted. The doors are not open. The gentleman said that quite apart from conferences where opportunities are given for us to talk to government and so on, after that, there is no framework where entrepreneurs could come out and express their needs. Excuse me for the thing. If you have the National Agency for the Promotion of SMEs, if you ask them whether the companies or the companies that they know are the businesses that he can mention, no, there will be companies that have seen it all, but we, the young people, don't know how we can reach out and have access to such milieu. You should be a member, you should belong to some networks before you're able to get some information, get access to them. So the major organization, it's high time they started thinking to the young entrepreneurship, organize events like this. So I'm grateful to EBIT for organizing things like this, where we actually come out to lay out or bring to bear our issues, our challenges, because our government, I may say, they are not even aware of our problems. Today, if you ask them, they'll tell you they've done this, they've done that, but we are wondering who are the beneficiaries. And also, lack of information. Well, you know, we talk of EBIT, for instance, for this event. I saw it on Twitter and the rest, but I think that banks and major institutions should change their way of communicating. You want to reach out to the youth. It's true, we are young entrepreneurs, we must go for the information, but the standard, the traditional way of communicating is different. Where do you find the youth? You have the digital channels. You need to leverage on the type of communication where you can reach out to us. It is not the type of this information. If you put it into the media, the newspaper, you reach out to these people at 60 years and so on. So use the digital channel to actually reach out to the real youth entrepreneurs. Thank you very much, my brother. The last contribution, please.
And I run a company, Magic One Publishing. We've been around for about 15 years, a little more than 15 years. So what we do basically is we reinvented publishing, where rather than the standard process where you have to do like 1,000 copies of a regular book for an author, you can do at least 50 copies with us. So meaning breaking all the barriers, and we've had people go from 50 to about 10,000 and the rest. So here is the problem. Now, recently we're trying to register in Ghana. It was more like a camel going through the eye of a needle. That it actually, we ended up registering right now, but we had to have a Ghanaian register. Because if you are registering as a foreigner, it's practically a gun to your head. That's in Ghana. Now, I was in Kigali, and in Kigali they have the business hub, where right in that business hub, there is the customs, there is the standard organization, practically all the agencies within the same building. So I just stood up from this desk to go inquire here, and there is a last door where I will walk into and register the business, and within one day I will walk out with a registered business, even as a foreigner. Now, we're talking ECOWAS, that is East Africa, ready to accept me. Now, we're talking not just the whole registration part, which we've made very difficult as ECOWAS. We also do tourism. Now, I'm ECOWAS, I'm supposed to travel through very easily. But right there at Nigerian border, even as a Nigerian, I get frustrated. Then I get to the Benin side, and they tell me I can't drive through until I pay 2,000 CFA. Then I meet so many points along the way. And so just that I'm carrying a Nigerian passport, I would pay through my nose. And we're talking about ease of business. I've been to Togo every week, the last 3 weekends. I was here last weekend, I was here upper weekend, I was in Ghana, I was practically everywhere, at least within these 3 countries. And it's the same. I pay 3,000 CFA to stamp here, then I pay 2,000 CFA to stamp, then port health, then this, then that. Okay, so as a business, as a young man who wants to visit my partner in Togo, how will that play out?
Which of the partners, business partner or romantic partner?
No. Okay, all sorts of partners, they're all business. But business partner.
Let's be serious.
So the point here is this. So we're talking, funding is great, but some of us are trying to say, okay, let us not look at funding. Let's see how we can make a little money. Let's engage. Because what we do, every time we talk to people, they are interested. We have Nigerians today who offer our service, making about 10 million a year, side also. We know they just front. We are the printer, we own the machines. They're just out there making money. We have about 10, some guys in the UK, some people in the US. Okay, let's do the same in Ghana. They're frustrated, like, no.
Okay,
so
no problem at all.
How do we deal with that?
So how do we deal with that? So we've heard a number of problems, and I really wanted, as this is more or less a round table, an open discussion. Listen, what's going to happen is we are going to have very difficult, uncomfortable solutions to find, or uncomfortable conversations to find the solutions, whether we all like it or not, whether we're all online or not. But one thing I do believe is whether we're talking to ECOWAS, whether we're talking to EBID, whether we're talking to IFC, these are the problems that our SMEs and our SMIs are facing. And we have to deal with them, whether we like it or not. Poor man is trying to meet his partner. He still didn't tell me whether it's partnership or whatever. It's not so easy. Somebody is having a problem with information. There is information, doesn't know where to find it. Somebody feels that if you are a certain age, clearly, you are not going to be able to find information where perhaps your age mates are really not going to traditional media. They want to be spoken to via the new media. Somebody's also talking about regulation. That seems to be different from one country to another. So clearly, there is so much going on. So this is an opportune time to now start talking about solutions. There are members of the EBIT team here. I won't point them out to you, otherwise you will go chasing after them. But they know who they are, and I'm saying, please let EIF 2024 be the difference, is what these entrepreneurs are asking. But we'll come to that. Simone, let's start off with you again. Information, regulation, what else? Communication, Simone. Let's come to solutions from where you sit. What are some of the solutions that we need to be looking at urgently?
Merci.
Thank you. I was expecting this kind of questions, because if I tell you that I am here about 15 years ago, in this business, a lot of people will not believe it. So let me take the first question on information. I am going to make a little comparison. When you go to school, for instance, we expect our teachers to provide information on lessons or lectures given. Today, you said it, we are in a more advanced world. You cannot necessarily wait for your lecturer to provide information on lectures to be given you. There are a lot of channels to get to the information you need. The same applies to structures or companies created by the government or ourselves. I would be talking raw practically, because I work more and more with enterprises and the companies or businesses. But if I want to set up a project, or I have conceived a project, the first thing I want to start with is to gather every information in my field. If I say every information, it is how to package the project. That is where everything starts from. The business model, if you take it, it entails every type of information that the entrepreneur does not take the care to properly handle. So when you come down to the bank is faced, or when they come to the bank, they meet some hurdles. Well, the young entrepreneur are not the group that the bank wants to actually handle. The bank wants to lend money in marks to start a business, to stay in business. So there is an issue of meeting the demand with the supply. When the two do not go hand in hand, the support cannot actually be there. So there is a work to be done by the entrepreneur, and on the other hand, the financing entities also must do their job. So when I come back to the issue of information, I need to gather the information on the person to whom I'm going to sell my project. It's key for my business. If I don't know my market, how do I make money, since the DNA of my company is to make money? So I need to know the one who's going to buy my product. I have to know where I'm going to gather my raw materials from. I need to know the company or entity that is there to support me financially. So I need to get out there and chase information. So when you talk of business, I'm going to talk about the youth in bracket. So when you talk of entrepreneurship, I'm talking about my experience. When you put yourself in the shoes of youth, it means that you need to be sustained. You need to be held hand in hand. So the government has that role of playing the well-being of its people. It talks about the youth. It talks about where there are jobs to be provided for. But when you're an entrepreneur, you need to actually get out of your mind that notion or that concept of support and so on. So there are people who are very young, but they make a lot of money, and the major companies that have lived very long or have been in business very long cannot even make the money the little one makes. So the issue of entrepreneurship comes back to the entrepreneur. He must go out there and get the information. Now, you surely are right. The support channels must actually improve their communication. You're spot on. It must be done so that you may not have such challenges going to get information, but I think we will take it on case by case. You need to go and get information because you are dealing in a field where information is key. It is your fuel. So right from the word go, you need to get information. So there is that type of entrepreneurs that go into entrepreneurship because they don't know what to do, or maybe they are looking to how to meet their needs. The entrepreneurship comes from something that you birth. If it's something that you conceive and then carry along some years. Business is not created or nurtured overnight. When I come back to the issue of the support from banks, the gentleman who spoke about the fact that banks do not adequately provide support to entrepreneur. Well, why does the bank support certain category of people or business? Because they give some element that reassure the bank to provide the support. So the entrepreneur must actually get themselves the means to get the required and this information that the banks are looking for. It's quite daunting. There is a lot of difficulty, but that is why we, with the support entities, we support the promoter in what has got to do with coaching, that is information to meet banking information you need to develop your activity or your business. But when they send me SMIs get to the banks, their first concern is the funds, is the money. So that process of support, they see it as a waste of time. Meanwhile, there is an aspect where you pump in a lot of resources. A bank will not spend time cuddling a business to grow. It's only one business that is subsidized by the government that does that. So it is the government. So I can assure you that the companies, when they get to the banks and you do not talk about funding or money, they are not satisfied. But I can assure you that the issue is that when you start a business, the first credit or money is not from the bank. It must come from own funds or from the support from others that trust you. That is the most difficult one again, because where we meet nowadays, it is difficult for companies to actually pull resources together. So when you look at the profile of foreign companies or foreign businesses that are on their feet, it's not only one founder, mostly they are co-founders. Please hold on just 1 second. I'm going to ask Joe regarding his experience and I'll get back to you.
Has talked about a plethora of clear problems, that probably leads the entrepreneur, the SME, the SMI, to that issue. We've talked about information, we've talked about communication, but before she gives us her recommendations, Joe, I want to tap into your experience. You've successfully started a palm oil business, it's doing very well. Do any of the challenges that were mentioned, do they resonate with you? And if any of them resonate with you, what did you do to change the course in your personal experience that you can say, this is how I solved this particular problem?
Okay, very good question. You see, the major problem with SMEs in ECOWAS region, I want to make it local, is funding. Funding remains the biggest elephant in the room. And the commercial banks in West Africa cannot help any entrepreneur. Startups, not possible. Because of their policies. This is the only region or continent that where the economy is doing very well, the banks are posting heavy profits. They are parasites. A lot of hidden charges everywhere. Even the established businesses, if you don't have a good auditor, you lose millions to the banks every day without knowing. So the banks are not profiled to provide solutions to businesses in Africa.
Joe, hang on a second. Did you get money from a bank?
I'm coming to that.
You come to that. You tell us a secret. Where you got your money?
No, I'll tell you why. Because you see, when you want to do a startup, the bank says, oh, you know what? You're a startup, we can't deal with you. You have to first have track records, start with your own money, then come back. But you forget that the idea rules the world. This person may have the best solution that the economy needs, but because of funding, that idea dies with the person. And everybody, most times, people here that are very poor. So where do you want to go to family and friends to go and get that money? Which property do your family have to go and sell property to go and raise that money? It's impossible, right? So even when you have when you go and sell your grandfather's land, borrow money from even the shrines in your village, to go to the bank and bring 20% equity contribution. That's the management fee they charge you. Do they manage your company, the business? No. All they do, you have not been able to meet your obligation. But you see, my goods were trapped in the port, this raw material in the port. It took me 4 months to clear the demurrage. They don't want to hear that. But in Europe, they will tell you, you know what? We can see you are having a problem. We'll sit down with you. They do what they call restructuring. Instead of asking you to pay 6 months, because of this problem you have, we give you 1 year, 2 years. Then again, they tell you, you know what, we need to give you more money. So you need additional funding from this one we give, so you can surmount this problem. They spread the interest for you and give you waivers. But here, no.
So what did you do? Where did you get your money?
Okay, what I did was this.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started, I said, I did a small simulation. She talked about information.
Yeah.
It is very important because this is a true life story.
Mm.
You go to you call a stakeholders meeting, for instance. For instance, I have an oil palm plantation. I'm too small to go to the bank because I have no structure. Then there's somebody who's a big miller. He has the mill. I need my raw material to process. I got to him and said, you know what? You can see I have this plantation. I need 10 million naira to do what you call best management practice, to slash, to prune, and to ringweed my plantation. So I apply fertilizer to get this yield I need to sell to you. And because the bank cannot give me, why don't you give me 5 million? Don't give me the cash. Tell Dangote to supply me the fertilizer. You pay for it, so they give me the fertilizer. I have my workforce. I apply the fertilizer. I take the money to do slashing. Then when I harvest, the current market price is what we're going to use, by the way. So you deduct that cost. Because I have this obligation that I must sell to you. So I will not sell to your competitors. So being a smart processor, you already know you have the source of raw materials. So with that one, I have my money already. So the money, I have the input that I need, without any bank charges, and I'm able to apply that judiciously to make sure that I produce. And I said to you, by the time they deduct, that's all. I don't need to come back to you. So I'm able to, by the time you have that turnover, the banks will start coming to you to say, oh, I can see you are doing work, I can give you money now.
So are the banks coming to you now?
Of course they will come because they want to take some money from you, management fee and interest rate. Even what you don't need to know, because they have said the turnover. But you see, it needs bank support to build this turnover.
Yeah.
Banks in West Africa only provide funding for traders, not for production. That's why we have a problem. There are all the raw materials in West Africa. Let me give you an instance, for instance now. Today in my country, we spend $500 million every year to import crude palm oil. For the huge demand, people don't know that palm oil is so useful to humans than anything else. When you wake up in the morning, you go to your bathroom, you brush your mouth. Then you go to the shower, you take your shower with soap. You go to your dressing table, you apply your lipstick, you apply your cream. You go to the dining table, you have your mayonnaise, you have your margarine, you have your butter, you have your bread, you have your maybe noodles, you have your fried egg. You'll be using palm oil since without knowing. These are all from palm oil. Palm oil drove European industrial, after the abolition of the slave trade. It drove European revolution. And today, West Africa, that palm oil originated from, is now importing palm oil from Southeast Asia. It's a shame. We have the best environment. The banks are not funding that. We don't even have the proper government policies to drive this development. And we sit down and we don't even fund research. For instance, we have the best research institution in Nigeria called the Nigeria Institute for Youth Research. This institution was set up by the British in 1939 as the pioneer research institution for oil palm, because that was the British interest anyway. It was called West African Oil Palm Research Institute. Now, after independence, we call Nigeria Oil Palm Institute. In NIFO, in Benin, in Nigeria, if you go to Malaysia, you go to Indonesia, they have the biggest respect for this institution. But here in Africa, in West Africa, we sit back, foreigners come to Nigeria, take this seedling from Nigeria, go to Togo, and bring it back to Nigeria, and call it one funny name. And we pay 3 times for the same thing. That's even inferior because they have tampered with the original gem in their lab and now sell it back to us. We import diseases that are alien to our environment and we're paying double. Meanwhile, the one we have from NIFO had the best stem gel. Thailand is a very small country. Today, they're number 3 in the world. You go there, they have the seedling called Nigerian Black. It's the best. Nigerian Black. But Nigerians are importing from Malaysia and Indonesia without having access to, without knowing what they have in NIFO. So it's a problem.
Yeah.
So we need to fund research.
Okay.
Because as West Africans, we cannot sit down and the SMEs cannot grow without government funding or, okay, thank God we have EBID and African Bank. I'll tell you what, these 2 institutions have, in fact, they've started very well. I'm so impressed. That's why I made effort to be here personally, because from what they have done, you can see that we now have our own World Bank and IMF, because the West can never allow us to grow. So these 2 institutions, once they can put their acts together the way they have started, in the next 5 years, we change the whole stories.
Joe, we're going to continue, and I want you and Simone to start thinking about recommendations. I'm going to come to the money man, Humphrey. Joe has talked about how he used probably, if I may call it, a barter trade system to alleviate his issue with money. Humphrey, how do SMEs and SMIs find the money? What's the trick? You're the money man. How do they access this hidden money that is somewhere? It's sitting somewhere. We don't know. What would be the best way, the starting point for them accessing that money wherever it sits?
Thanks, Anita.
Sorry for putting you on the spot.
Yeah. Well, listen, knowledge is power. It's all of those things. And our sister talked about it in terms of searching for information and looking for it. And Joe also did something by partnering with, let me be careful the way I use that word now, partner, but he collaborated with a processor. You know, So you see that such opportunities do exist. It doesn't really have to be cash, as it were. But before I come back to maybe how, I would also want to quickly say something because it's more or less from what I earlier said. It appears I stir the honest net. And I see my brother from Benue talked about the limits that EBIT finances. First, I'm not a staff of EBIT, so I may not be in a position to speak for them, but I can just say something around that. Just as the same way Joe has also complained about the banks. All financial institutions or investors, as the case may be, they are set up and they have strategy of what they want to do. EBIT, for instance, is a motorized institution set up by various countries, and they have a focus. All they have to do, part of their duties or responsibility is to create the enabling environment, which is why I said earlier on that one of the things they are doing and which we have witnessed and participated with. For instance, last year we had help in securing $50 million for Vista Bank, which is one of the banks that had about 4 countries, and the focus was for them to deploy that fund for SME. So that's an enabler. You know, the thing you also have to notice that Vista is not in this country, but those banks are there. So they see they are the ones who can do $1 million, $100,000, or even $50,000, as the case may be. So that is one way you can look at it. The banks themselves, they have investors who they also have to report to, so they need to follow some of those things. Joe was able to crack that because he has created that track record. She said that you don't have to use your first money to start a business from the bank, and that is largely because you can look at other investors that are willing. They are what people call today angel investors or venture capitalists, and the case would be when you are able to provide a compelling business case. But sometimes what we also see people who do not also do research. What we find more or less is a bandwagon effect, because Anita owns a fashion shop and she appears to be doing very well, then I would say, oh, I think that's where the money is now. I also need to have a fashion business. Or Joe has a palm plantation, I also need to do the same thing. Without really researching to find out how is he doing it. What do I really need to do to start a fashion business or to start processing oil palm and the likes, and they just come and say, this is what. And they, even when you go to an angel investor or even to a friend that has the money, if he's not comfortable with you, he is not going to put his money down. Maybe you may be able to cajole or use moral suasion or some form of, other ways of getting them to have sympathy. They will, if they're going to give you, if you need 100, they're not going to give you 100. Maybe they give you 5. I know they can part with that. But if they are comfortable, I know that this is going to bring good returns, and you have planned the business properly. I can tell you that from friends and families, funding can come from that source. And then again, my friend there who I actually represent the youth. By the way, I'm a youth also. Don't mind my gray hair, right? Day to day, I will say, when we talk of information, they have it at their fingertips. You know, you talk of alternative media, not, traditional, or rather the new media, as you call it. If you go to social media, there are a lot of businesses that are striving there. Sometimes you start from your own house. Just this morning I was having a conversation with my wife who needed to get something. And what she sent to me on my phone, it was from somebody she doesn't know anywhere before, but on Instagram. You know, she just went there and get, oh, this is what, and already, before I knew, they've sealed a deal, right? So you don't have to, because you want to come and say, I need a big shop, I need this, I need this. There are some of those things you can actually do right from your own backyard, and then you have a market already in the social media, because you cannot estimate the reach you can actually the rich. You can actually be in Lome and actually be conversing with someone in Cape Verde.
Yes.
And once the platform of trust is created, money can exchange hands and goods delivered. That is where we have our government, regional institutions that can then come in. Today we are having likes of Afrezim creating a platform like PAPS for payments. They are creating MASA for identifying or providing credibility for institutions. So you need that. If you don't, then go there and register. If you come to me for financing and I check that you are on that platform, for instance, I have some confidence, but that some due diligence has been done on this company, and those institutions, whether they are PE firms or they are venture capitalists, as the case may be, they'll be more comfortable to invest. So let's also then focus on creating that form of track record, not just only in having to do the business for a long time, but in also ensuring that you have a proper plan, you have developed real knowledge in what you need to do, and then look out for various institutions that can provide that. Yeah, for us, for instance, PAC, part of what we do is helping companies, providing advisory service, and directing them to where they can get the financing from, right? But again, in terms of course, there are fee costs to all that, but the thing is, for us, we are looking for how are we able to support SMEs in a way that it doesn't cost them much. It can even be in the form of providing knowledge as a form of a CSR, as the case may be. We can put them together in a room, like in collaboration with what EBID or other institutions are doing on local banks. You come together and point them in the right direction, and that in that way they can have that exposure that is required. So please, let's also then look, not just look at the banks to say they have an obligation to give you money, but you can also see them as creating the platforms. And we need the government. The banks, for instance, are regulated. If a bank needs to give you funds, they have a check list. They have boxes they need to tick. They will not give you money because your business is going to return 100% or 1,000, and at the end they are in foul of their regulation, of their own regulator. You know, they will be sanctioned, and whatever they are going to earn from you, they can pay multiple times that. So why would they take that risk? If the regulations say they must get a collateral, they have to get a collateral, right? But then you now have to think, what other solutions do you have, like Drew had done? Or can you collaborate? You may also, instead of going to your friend to say, give me cash, perhaps there's some knowledge that he has. Okay, can you help me with this? You know, and sometimes people talk to me and said, okay, this is what you need to do, or you can talk to these people and they are able to help you. It might also be to say, okay, are you able to leverage an asset that the person has? You know, there are third parties, institutions that provide third-party collaterals, and they can provide for you to get. But again, the key word is you have to have done your own background check and make them comfortable.
I'm going to come to the audience for one or two recommendations. If you were the bank or if you were the regulatory body, what your recommendation would be. But before then, Benedicta, your experience in law is what I want to tap into right now, because Humphrey has talked about the necessity to go and look for information. What is also the necessity to pay attention to the legal frameworks about how your business is set up, or what kind of opportunities there are that your business can tap into. And if those opportunities are there, as you can share with us, what must we pay attention to as small-scale enterprises and small-scale industry founders or CEOs, etc.?
I think when it comes to information, yes, sometimes we do not know that certain policies or laws exist to support us in our business endeavors. But I think what we should actually focus on is asking ourselves, whether the very laws that were put in place to facilitate our businesses, our cross-border trading, are being adhered to, whether the ECOWAS protocols, whether the African Continental Free Trade Agreements are being observed by the very states that signed on to them. When you also look at the country levels, yes, there are laws that sit on books, but those laws, until we actually begin to ensure that implementation is effective, it will not inure to the benefit of an SME. Now, for me, as a legal person or as somebody with a legal background, when I look at these laws, it is not to look at them in a restrictive manner, but rather ask ourselves, how can we ensure or how can we advocate for our governments, for our institutions, to actually take steps that translate those regulations into policies that benefit us. Yes, we are young people. I can say that we are probably the most privileged young people ECOWAS has currently, because we have an education, because we can access the internet. We have colleagues who are in the rural areas who do not even have access to electricity, let alone talk about a phone that has internet access. And so we sit in a privileged position, and we owe it a responsibility to ourselves, but to other young people who are saying our system is broken. People who have said that, yes, over the years we've done things this way, but we have not been able to change or improve significantly on our condition. How do we say that today, as we are having the ECOWAS Investment Forum, how do we start this journey to say, yes, we've done things the same way for a number of decades, but now we are moving to a decade of action, a decade that would ensure that not just the people, but our institutions are pushed to have a revolutionary mindset. We know that the ECOWAS Bank is our bank, Mr. President. It is our bank as citizens of ECOWAS. We know that we have governments that we voted into power. Their responsibility is to enable us succeed, to create the right frameworks and policies to ensure that we succeed. But when we are seeing that our banks are restricting us, restricting our access to finance, I think it is about time we begin to call on our banks, to begin to call on our governments, to actually change the very regulatory frameworks that we've kept on our books up to this point. We look at Ghana, where I come from, and Singapore. At the time of our independence, we had the same size of economy. 50, almost 60 years down the line, we cannot say that. My colleague panelist mentioned the story about palm wine, palm oil, and Nigeria's story, West Africa's story. How do we move beyond just talking about the problem to actually finding plausible solutions? We must call on our leaders and our institutions to begin to prioritize our development in a much, much more strategic way. We've seen India Exim Bank here. We've seen Saudi Exim Bank. The way they operate is that they actually pick winners. They support businesses. They identify businesses and empower them. They know that they have, let's say, a strategic vision of transforming economies or their sub-regions over a period of 30 years. And they actually take the steps that needs to be taken. Yes, I can start a business and actually call on my family members, but what if my family members do not have the money? So yes, as a young person who has completed the university, I cannot get a formal job. And so I say that I'm going to start a business. So I'm starting a business out of necessity, and not because I have an inherent desire to be an entrepreneur. So entrepreneurship is now befalling on us as a survival mechanism. And yet still, the system is not enabling me for me to be able to succeed at being a young entrepreneur who is not just working to create jobs for myself, but for my other colleagues. And so this is why we must think about the current challenge we have in a much more strategic way, and not just leaving the question to individuals or individual banks or individual border offices. We must think of it as a collective, as ECOWAS, as ECOWAS investment bank saying, you know what, we are the development bank for this region. Our focus is development. Now, how do we ensure that in the next 10 years, we can boast of a much more significant economic expansion of the countries that are in our sub-region? How do we sit with our governments to say, let us begin to prioritize industrialization. Let us begin to prioritize SME development. Yes, we have all the trade protocols, but we are facing challenges when it comes to our land borders. How do we move from the consistent complaining of the challenges we have to actually finding a solution that works for our people? Now, we are happy that EBIT is starting this, but we must see that even within our countries, our central banks are regulating our commercial banks in such a way that they are not just giving them incentives for supporting SMEs, but they are actually requiring commercial banks to prioritize SME funding. I think that if our central banks can actually take on board this responsibility of financing or facilitating the financing of SMEs as being the financing of our development, I think we wouldn't be back here 10 years from now still talking and complaining about the same challenges.
All right, all right, all right. Mr. President, this is big for us, it's huge for us. My dear friend Joseph sent me these issues, and I have to read them out. Today, what I've heard is some of the issues are regulatory challenges, commercial banks lending to friends, not new clients, problem with finance, lack of general support to SMEs, information asymmetry, idiosyncratic business registration processes. Oh, Joseph, why did you have to worry me like this? And too many physical barriers. So it's too late for Mr. President, my dear big brother, Dr. Donko, to fire me. So I'm going to use this opportunity rather to challenge him. So we've almost come to a very important conversation, and I wonder if, God willing, between now and when we meet again, some of these issues on behalf of our friends in the SME space or the SMI space are looked at, so that when we meet again for EIF 2025, EBIT can boast of some actions that were taken. Is everybody supporting me on this? Guys, if you don't support me, I have to go back to Ghana today. Are you supporting me on this? And I think my president is a good president. He's a listening president, and I'm so happy he sat through this conversation to listen. And it's almost like the voice of the youth, almost. Mr. President, say something to us, please. I know I'm putting you on the spot with respect.
Thank you very much, Anita.
Yes, sir.
I think let me put it, in context. As a DFI, as a regional financial institution, we have over the years, committed ourselves to ensuring that we pay attention to SMEs and SMIs. In fact, about 60% of our portfolio currently is committed to SMEs and SMI. The reason you don't see us directly is that we have a model, what we call indirect financing. By this, what I mean is that we extend lines of credit to all the commercial banks within our catchment areas for on-lending to the SMEs and SMIs. The reason is that we are too big, with all respect for the SMEs. Our minimum lending, as we speak now, is almost $10 million US, which is too much for the SMEs. So what we do is that we extend the lines of credit to the commercial banks in all the 15 countries. And then they will also on-lend to the SMEs. Of course, they know them better than we know them. And so the idea is to make sure that the monies that we give out are, are used or applied for the purpose for which they were, they were given out. And that's why we don't go directly to the SMEs. But I can assure you that about 60% of our total portfolio now, 500 million over, is committed to SMEs and SMIs.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, because the world is watching us now, and because I've been boasting of your exemplary leadership, may we, with respect and humility, ask that you go ahead of us to plead with the commercial banks to be a little bit more lenient. May we, you don't have to promise us, you just have to give us a thumbs up that you will try.
I will do that.
Yes, sir.
I will do that.
Thank you very much. You see, this is why this forum was created. My brother, I can see your hand up. Do you want to give a recommendation? I can take one. Dr. Kala, just one moment. There was somebody behind you. I have only 2 more minutes. Do you want to give a recommendation? I'm only taking recommendations. The microphone is gone.
Please, not
yes,
a recommendation.
Yes, sir.
It's a challenge I want to share with you as banker.
Okay, good.
J'irai.
I am going to speak French. We have gathered the challenges of those who actually qualify, but the bankers are not here. They shouldn't be left out. They should be here to engage and to raise issues. Please, I would like to talk about one thing as a challenge that we need to brainstorm about and then come up with recommendations with. A lot of things have been said here. However, there are some regulatory aspects. I would like to talk of the prudential regulatory. You know, development banks grant lines. It's true, like Madam Simon said, that are used. No banks does selection. We fund everybody. We do not discriminate. But the prudential accumulation is so strict from the 1st January 2028. It is so strict that when the banking commission inspectors visit banks, these are people who do their job and they do it very well. But sometimes, let me tell you, sometimes they do it very roughly. Let me use the word rough, very rudimentary. One of the panelists said that in Europe, credit has restructured over 12 months. In UOMOA, it is not easily feasible. You cannot do that. Even if you are financing a SME that is at the startup phase, or there is a period of a grace period, and if the bank decides to extend, it's not easy. After extension, that loan is classified as doubtful loan. So if there's only one maturity that's not paid, the client becomes a defaulter, becomes a bad client. So there is that regulatory aspect that you must take into account. Second thing is that the legal aspect that makes this complex. The WADA laws overprotects the debtor. It is easy to say, but if a tomato spoils the basket, the entire basket can be considered as bad. So these are aspects that we need to consider so that the regulatory body should see to actually make the funding of SMEs easier. Otherwise, a lot of recommendations will come up, but dear panelists, the same song will be sung all the time. It is easy to take some funding and then hide behind some regulatory aspect and then spend the money. Thank you very much.
There are a lot of regulations, but if we don't advocate for the change of those regulations, the banks are also fairly, well, their hands are tied, more or less. I don't have enough time to go through this room. Sir, I only have 1 minute. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, sir, with respect, kindly, because we've got to move into the next aspect, please. 30 seconds, monsieur.
Thank you very much. My name is Alaji Jeng. I'm a Gambian, but the Secretary General and CEO of the West African Bankers Association. And I just assume that if I didn't comment on this, I will not be justice. My good friend said that the commercial banks are not supporting. But I can assure you that if you look at the numbers or if you look at the recent programming of commercial banks, you will find out that they have been on SME. But the interest rate we are crying over here, commercial banks are not determining the interest rate. Interest rates are determined by the government and based on the economy. Two, lending is not like if you look at the money runs by the commercial banks, is owned by depositors' funds. So you just cannot come without a proper business plan. You want you say you are an SME, you are an SME, so you need a loan, and the bank just close eye and give you. So there must be a procedure. Sometimes you ask the client, provide me a business plan, and it's a problem. So we have been in the region for the past 2-3 years doing the exercise. We found that even the business plan is a problem. So now, for us to go back to the drawing board, we need to come as a team, one, to try to develop a unit in the commercial banks through EBIT may support on that. Because if you look at the commercial banks, most of them don't have a unit of SME, and SME is so important that we need, I'm still advocating that we need units in every commercial bank, need a unit for SME, which they will go on training.
Sir, now 1.5 minutes. Okay, so he said something very pivotal, okay? Business plans. Can I, before we move on to you, sir, please, I need 2 people to raise your hands if they can help with creating business plans for SMEs and SMIs. 2 people to commit. Because when we come here this time, that's the essence of this deal room. 2 people say you are committing to helping how many SMEs and how many SMIs in this room? How many of you have business plans? Many of you don't have business plans. Sir, please, what's your name? Alaji. Good Alaji. Alaji, we need you. No. In order for us to create the solutions before we leave here, we have to know where our help is coming from. So Alaji, you're going to help us with business plans.
Oh, yes.
Anybody in this room, Alaji, but after today, where can we find you?
No, I have said, I am the Secretary General of the West African Bankers Association.
No problem, sir. Relax. Yeah. If you have to create business plans, etc., and you too, sir, you are also going to commit to help our SMEs and SMIs to create business plans. You too, sir. Okay. Those who have put your hands up, please put our helpers, put your hand up. Those who have committed to help the SMEs in this room to build the business plans that the commercial banks are looking for. Okay. After this session, I will ensure that that collaboration is done because we want success stories out of this forum. We have one more recommendation. I think I had somebody there who had a yes, sir. Can you please kindly give the gentleman in the white, sir, recommendations, please. And then I'll come to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Leo from Benue State. But then again, just for sake of time, I'll probably just move fast. While we're all having this conversation, I just put this down, which is that for the bank and even the commercial banks, we need to begin to redefine what success means and what performance means. If you look at the numbers reeled out here earlier from all the banks and all the financial institutions, numbers or success for them was defined by how much was disbursed or how much was given out in terms of loans. But the question is, if we come back at the next EIF, one recommendation is that is it possible for EBIT to say, you know what, across member countries, let's pick one SME, working with the subnationals or the commercial banks in the country to say, we'll come back here next year and showcase 15 successful SMEs that we've taken from grace, from ground zero to a success level. That is something we can be counting in terms of success. That is humans, real impact made.
Okay.
That can be an outcome of the EIF 2024. Say, across the member countries, 15 countries, we say each country give us one SME, we grow that SME from ground zero to a success level. This in addition, and this will help us as a bank understand the petty problems that happen at the level.
Okay.
The commercial bank guy talked about commercial banks. Commercial banks are not fair. It is good for us as an ECOWAS entity, where this bank represents us as a people, to have, say, because of EBID, have a regulation across whatever funding comes out of EBID to the commercial banks at that level. And I feel that the subnationals have a closer understanding of what their SMEs conditions are than the commercial banks. The commercial banks come here to represent themselves. We don't even sit in the rooms where the commercial bankers are talking. So it is good for the bank to understand clearly, like my colleague had earlier said, the pains of the guys at the grassroots. There's a couple of recommendations I have here, but for want of time, I probably won't be able to go through. But we need to look at harmonizing our regulations. Basically, that's one thing. Then capacity building. I like what you just did here, which is that let's come practical. Capacity building is scarce. We set these rules based on the skill set of people who have given these rules to us. Help us understand how the rules are played.
Yeah.
Some people go to Harvard here, some people go to the Ivy League college and understand how these things are. But you don't understand, you don't expect that the guy in the West African University to understand how these rules are played, because this money comes from those entities. So it's good for us to have a clear understanding of what the rules are. And that these rules don't have to be put like in a secret book. Let these things be out there for people to understand. We're not that dull. If these things are out there, we'll be able to understand how these things pan out. But like I said, we need to start looking at performance in the terms of humans that we've changed rather than the numbers that we dole out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Capacity building has also come up. So we've talked about business plan development. I think that is kind of packaged as well in capacity building. Earlier on, I had a colleague, a friend, well, my brother over there, who mentioned, where do we even find the information? So even teaching SMEs where they can find the information. And I believe, Benedicta, because you are a lawyer, I'm also going to charge you. You're going to help us to learn how to read the fine print. Benedicta, I've given you that job. All right. Yes, sir, please. Your recommendations, sir. Please, can you give the microphone to the gentleman in the front, please? Before we leave here today, I'm going to assign tasks.
Okay, je vous remercie.
I am Ramanu. I am a leader of a media in Benin. My recommendation is that EBID, in relation to this initiative, enters the debate to look at the constraints that restrict the development of SME and SMI, even in the commercial bank. This is a permanent debate. So there's need for a leadership to go deeper into the reforms in the financial and banking institutions, and looking at the credits that are logged sitting in these banks and at what rate can these funds be released to the SMEs. These are things that need to be worked on into details, because you need to fine-tune some political will to enable the banks and financial institutions that are in place. So there is something that is very important for the development of SMEs, the creative industries and cultural industries. I'm calling the banks. I'm calling the bank that some years back, you had a cultural guarantee fund. And I think today we are moving towards funding of creative industry and entertainment industry. So EBID as a bank must go back, take up the lantern in the creation and the development that sector, and then create sports, media, in the region, so they can have sustainable development, because you cannot build development without supporting that sector. And I believe that EBID that took the initiative some years ago goes back to that field as a campaigner. Thank you.
One more ladies, you are not speaking at all. Where are my ladies? Yes, madam. I want 2 ladies to speak.
Bonsoir.
Good afternoon. Sorry, because I came in a bit late. I am Madame Doso Safiatou Traoré. I am a manager in charge of promotion of trade and investment in Afrexim Bank. The issue that I face myself as a promoter of investment, particularly in SMEs, is that generally in Africa, we like working alone. We like doing things alone. We don't like working in group. In Africa, I cannot finance an SME that comes to me for an issue of $100,000. I cannot, because unfortunately, those in charge of transaction cannot deal with an issue of $100,000. Meanwhile, I have the same time to work on $100 million. So we need to pull our resources together so that we avoid everybody doing little things in their own corner. We need to create that value chain, and you set yourself in a group and you have a boomerang effect. I would like to talk about the cultural industry. In Afrexim Bank, we are moving from an experience that the African youth actually are involved in a cultural industry. You have actors, musicians, artists, and so on. But there are very few that live of that. So the Exim Bank create what we call the Nexus of Africa. So there's a fund, have $500 million dedicated to that. That is going to 1 million. So there hardly are SMEs that come around to benefit from that. So there are only those who come in a consortium and in group that come along to benefit from those funds. But someone cannot say, I have a movie, because Safia, you have a program, I have here that you have a fund. So the movie will cost me 50 million, so I need funding. No, we cannot do that. It's true that we need to make an effort, but the issue is that you need to come together. You've talked about EBIT. We're going to work constantly with EBIT, just like the way we've been doing, to actually understand better the challenges in West Africa to be able to serve you. But in any case, we have our stand there. We have exposed things. Well, the call, the appeal has been made. So please come together as a group.
Important conversation. I want to say a big thank you to this panel that drove the conversation. Joe Onyuke, Esquire, a lawyer of over 2 decades, sharing his very successful palm oil business story. We had Simone Tebayema, secrétaire générale à l'Agence nationale de promotion et de garantie de financement des PME et PMI. We had Mr. Humphrey Oraiki, who is a financial advisory and fundraising professional, and he's the managing director, CEO at PAC Capital Limited. And we had, last but not the least, Benedicta Lassie, Executive Chair, African Trade Center. Please, a round of applause for our panelists who have done a yeoman's job of bringing this wonderful conversation around solutions and recommendations, helping SMEs and SMIs to life. Thank you very much for driving this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, do we want to go another day? We have to add 1 more day, right? 2 days is too short. The conversations have now started. Mr. President, 2 days is not enough. So I think next time we have to do this for 3 very important days. But all too soon, we have come to the end of 2 vibrant days of solutions, recommendations, a quest for collaboration, a quest for partnership. And that is what EIF 2024 has provided all of us. I wish I could use words to describe it, but we have something better. We have a video that encompasses all of our collective experience at the first and inaugural EIF ECOWAS Investment Forum 2024. Please take a look at the screen.
ECOWAS Investment Forum, EIF, is the flagship event that aims to showcase West Africa's investment potential and go one step further by presenting a pipeline of development projects from both private and public sectors of the region. The 2024 edition will focus on the economic recovery of ECOWAS member states under the theme, Transforming ECOWAS Communities in a Challenging Environment. Organized by the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, in partnership with the Government of the Republic of Togo and the Government of India through Exim Bank India, EIF 2024 will take place on April 4th and 5th, 2024 at 2 Février Hotel in Lomé, Togo. This strategic platform for development partners and stakeholders operating in the sub-region aims to highlight investment opportunities across key sectors of ECOWAS member states, with a focus on stimulating shared prosperity and poverty eradication in the sub-region. EIF 2024 is a 2-day public program of events and related convenings, including 3 panel sessions and 4 sector-based deal rooms. The 3 panel sessions will shed light on important issues and solutions relating to food security, infrastructure deficit, and youth unemployment. While the 4 deal rooms will be sectoral sessions during which EBID and its partners will present and pitch their pipeline of projects and programs to potential investors and partners relating to key sectors, that is, energy and climate change, infrastructure, support to SMEs and SMIs, agriculture and food security. Save the date and join us on April 4th and 5th, 2024 in Lomé, Togo for the ECOWAS Investment Forum 2024. ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, transforming ECOWAS communities. The ECOWAS Investment Forum, EIF 2024, will be bringing together experts and investors from within and outside Africa in Lomé, Togo on April 4th and 5th, 2024 at 2 Février Hotel. Organized by ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, in partnership with the Government of the Republic of Togo and the Government of India through Exim Bank India, EIF 2024 is a 2-day public program of events and related convenings, including sector-based deal rooms. In the 4 sector-based deal rooms, EBID and its partners will present and pitch a pipeline of projects and programs from both private and public sectors to potential investors and partners with the aim of showcasing West Africa's investment potential. Development partners and investors with a shared interest will be able to connect, exchange ideas, and explore potential partnerships or investment opportunities in the 4 deal rooms relating to agriculture and food security, supports to SMEs and SMIs, infrastructure, and energy and climate change. Through highlighting the immense investment opportunities across key sectors, EIF 2024 seeks to direct focus on the economic recovery of ECOWAS member states under the theme, Transforming ECOWAS Communities in a Challenging Environment. Don't miss out on this unique opportunity that aims to stimulate shared prosperity and poverty eradication in West Africa. Save the date and join us on April 4th and 5th, 2024 in Lomé, Togo for EIF 2024. For all EIF 2024 news, visit www.bidc-ebid.org/EIF. ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, transforming ECOWAS communities.
assure you we are bankers, but we are not going to bill anyone. So please feel free, enjoy yourself, and have a pleasant evening. That dinner is open for consumption. God bless you all.
Gentlemen, yes. No, it has to be a bit louder than that because I'm about to make some very important announcements. We saw them on the screen, but let's talk about EIF being a place where the new ECOWAS, if I may say so, has been birthed. 3 MOUs signed, and I'm going to mention them one after another. And when I mention 1, 2, 3, you have to give me the wildest round of applause because you have joined us to make history. The first MOU between EBIT and the government of the Republic of Guinea will finance 6 projects in various sectors: agriculture, education, infrastructure, and health. Ladies and gentlemen, the value of these 6 projects is a whopping $307 million. And yes, no, it has to be louder than that. $307 million. Today I'm going to become a banker. The second MOU, which will provide great trains in Senegal, GTS, signed with the managing director, Mr. Samba Ndiaye, and Mr. Umar Amadou Sow, valued at $18 million. Please, another round of applause. $18 million. Last, definitely not the least, we congratulate EBIT and the Niger State government, the Commissioner for Finance, Mr. Lawal Makaino, who will be financing 4 projects, totaling a whopping $114 million in diverse sectors, infrastructure, health. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not excited. We need to hear it a bit louder than that. We asked for change. Change has come. And these 3 MOUs, as you saw on the screens, have been signed. It's not that they are now going to discuss to see if they should be signed. These MOUs have been signed. So indeed, EIF has contributed greatly, one may say, to the Africa we want, the Africa that helps itself, and ECOWAS that continues to look at the opportunities. Well, somebody said don't call them opportunities because the action is here. I do agree. We're looking at the action that is happening in this region, and each and every one of us is a major custodian. Earlier on, I was talking about what maybe even a week ago may have been for this gentleman. I would like to understand and know how hot or cool inside his brain is now, looking that this EIF 2024 inaugural ECOWAS Investment Forum has been a resounding success. And with the wildest round of applause, I would say that this is on his shoulders, and he has been an exceptional and exemplary leader in all of this. Please welcome to share a few words with you, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, the one, the only, Dr. George Ejekum Donkor. Please, a little louder than that.
Good afternoon, good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. With your kind permission, I would like to introduce at least 3 people here. I mean, they would also mount the stage, but I think that it's appropriate for me to introduce them to the, to the audience. So we have in our midst the chairman of the Board of Governors of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. That is your bank. He's also the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs of the Republic of the Gambia. For your information, the Board of Governors is the highest decision-making body of the bank. And so we have our chairman here. Honorable Minister, Seducator, please put your hands together for him. He is the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs of the Republic of the Gambia. We also have another governor who is also the Minister for Planning and Development, Planning and International Cooperation of the Republic of Guinea. Honorable Minister, please put your hands together for him. He signed the MOU with us. Thank you very much. And then we have another director. He's a director of the bank. We have 2 levels of decision making at the bank. We have the Board of Directors and we have the Board of Governors. The Board of Directors members are appointed by the Board of Governors. We have Mr. Usman Ba. He's also a director from Senegal. Put your hands together for him. Good, good, good. Thank you very much. We have our Vice President in charge of operation, Dr. Olaguju Ashimolo. Put your hands together for him, Vice President of Operations. And we have the Vice President Risk, Dr. Maurice Sumaru from Cote d'Ivoire. Put your hands together for him. Right. This is the management team. Thank you very much. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think that this has been a very eventful and very insightful event. Thank you, Anita, and the other friend from Togo. I think you have done marvelously well, and we appreciate your effort. I didn't know that this event was going to be very insightful like that. I'm so much enthused. And this is just a maiden event. And therefore, we hope that you pardon us for all the lapses you might have identified. We believe that going forward, some of the lapses will not be evident again because once you start any project, beginning you have some challenges, but as you move forward, some of those challenges will be resolved automatically. Thank you very much. There are 10 lessons that I learned from this event, this 2-day seminar, forum. And with your kind permission, I want to just sum up all those things. I believe that this will be for your edification, because we don't have any report, but I have carefully listened to all the presentations and all the speeches presented by our stakeholders, and I believe that these are the 10 major conclusions that one can reasonably draw from this forum. 1, agriculture technologies are critical for food security. That's the first one. Agricultural technologies, you are very much aware that if you keep on doing what we are doing, then we shouldn't expect a different result. It means that we need to add technology to our agriculture movement to enable us to actually produce more in terms of quality and the quantity, and to be able to address food security. Number 2, PPPs are critical for infrastructure. We need to partner the government, the private sector must partner the government to be able to address the infrastructure deficit that we have in our region. In ECOWAS alone, we have a deficit of about $6 billion annually. So you can count the number of, you can count the deficit that we have in terms of our infrastructure. Number 3, there is a need to de-emphasize sovereign borrowing to smart private sector borrowing, given rising national debt profiles. You know that most of our economies, by virtue of the arrangements that they have with the Bretton Woods institutions, cannot borrow from the international market. And therefore, it is important for us to pay attention to smart private sector borrowing. EBIT has started. What we are doing is that sometimes we borrow to the member countries through private sector to enable them to continue their infrastructure initiatives. So it is something that we have already started as a bank. And so take note of that. That it's important that we actually pay attention to smart private sector borrowing, given the fact that most of our economies or nationals cannot borrow from the international market. Number 4, infrastructure bonds are necessary, matching revenues with the borrowing costs. Very, very important. As a bank, we are thinking of how to actually go to the bond market, issue bonds in the various countries, raise local currencies, and use the local currencies to be able to actually support infrastructure projects within the member countries. So it is something that is on our desk, and we are going to ensure its implementation. Number 5, we also learned that project preparation is very key to unlocking finance. Financial institutions should look at the ways of financing this to ensure project bankability. We have, I think, some of the panelists made mention of that. Right from origination is very important. Your project preparation is key. The president of the West African Banks Association made mention of the fact that, or somebody made mention of the fact that sometimes we don't even have business plan. As a bank, we have our financial requirement. It behoves all promoters to ensure that they come with very credible business plans and bankable projects to enable us also to respond appropriately. And so it is something that we have learned. All promoters, entrepreneurs here, you need to be mindful of that, so that when you come to us, you attract our attention and you get our financing. Number 6, the need to create markets for agricultural trade to ensure guaranteeing prices for farmers. It's very, very important that we create a market. You see, if you keep on exporting our primary commodity products to the world market, then we are in for trouble. Because you realize that if we don't add value to our produce, we only go and get very insignificant amounts of money from our produce. Therefore, there's the need for us to ensure that we create markets for agricultural trade. When we do that, the farmers will also be encouraged, motivated to produce more, and in so doing, we also address food security. Number 7, building of storage facilities to store excesses produce to stabilize prices during the off-season. You know that it is very important for us to have storage facilities so that in any given year, when there are excesses, we'll be able to store these in order to stabilize prices. Otherwise, in the lean season, prices for goods will go up, and that will also affect our economies. We learned this from this forum. Number 8, there is the need to develop financial instruments around carbon credit instead of selling them. I think it was made very clear today. Number 9, we have immense resources, including resources that will drive the future economy, that place us in a position to negotiate for a position of strength. We also said that where the same point comes, when we begin to also export our commodity prices, our primary commodity prices, it means that we don't have any money. Remember that when we're able to process this, we have high income elasticity on the world market. It is important that we should not mortgage our destinies by just offloading, by just guaranteeing or taking loans from international market and then using our natural resources to actually secure these loans. We should be able to negotiate, strongly on these areas of our operations. And then last but not least, our universities churn out millions of students every year who need jobs. However, there are limited spaces for absorption. Therefore, entrepreneurship is the way to go. Structures, financing, and policy should be properly positioned to make this possible. Today, somebody made mention of the fact that we are producing a number of students, number of graduates every year, but the job is not there for them. So, entrepreneurship is key. And so it means that training is number 1, capacity building is number 2, and also financing is number 3. We need to support the young entrepreneurs for them to be able to actually fulfill their aspirations. I think these are the 10 important points or recommendations that I learned from this forum. I don't know whether it aligns with what you learned from this forum. Now, to conclude, I have 5 reasons why investors should come to West Africa sub-region. Let me make this statement. The marginal propensity to invest in Africa far more exceeds any other part of the world. I don't know whether you agree with me. Now, when you come to West Africa, we have so many infrastructure and potential investment. When you go to Europe, almost done. America, almost done. North America, almost done. Asia, almost done. But we have infrastructure deficit in Africa. And therefore, that's why I'm saying that the propensity to invest in Africa far exceeds any other continent in the world. Now, why we should invest in our sub-region? Number 1, it has the largest population in Africa. Of course, if you look at the sub-region, we are about 412 million population. 400, which means that there is already a market for opportunities. So that's number 1. Number 2, the challenges we have in our region can also be turned into opportunities. Let me give you an example. For example, if you are talking about infrastructure deficit, it means that there is opportunity to invest in infrastructure in West Africa. So this is the paradox. The challenges we have been talking about also present opportunities. And it is high time investors actually took note of that and then invested in Africa. Number 3, decent economic growth. Despite all the global shocks and also the growing middle class, this is a testament to the potential of increased patronage for consumer and for consumer goods. Once you know that there's a decent economic growth, it means that consumption is also very high. Number 4, with approximately 65% of the population under 25 years, labor is in abundance and demand is assured. We learned today about 25% of our population is below 25 years, which means that labor is all over and demand is also assured. Last but not least, it has abundant natural resources which are scarcely transformed. I made mention just now, not only resources, but even agricultural primary products. There's the need for us to transform these and add value to these products so that when we export them, we'll get more money. I mean, in the layman's presentation, we don't have to export all these natural resources which are not transformed. And my Vice President of Finance made mention, industrialization is key. There's the need for us, for our leaders, to actually invest in industrialization, ensure that we have the relevant factories in place to be able to transform all our products
and our natural resources so that we can export them to the world market and have enough resources to be able to support our agenda, developmental agenda. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate all of you for your time and availability. Indeed, our panelists have done extremely well. Their presentations and interventions were on point, and I believe that we are leaving this place fulfilled. Bearing in mind that we are going to make the difference in our world. On this note, I'd like to thank everybody, my planning committee, chaired by Dr. Anthony. Let me appreciate him. He is the director of risk of the bank, Dr. Anthony Emery. Congratulations, you, Anita, and our friend. Thank you very much. And everybody who has played a role in ensuring the successful implementation of this meeting ECOWAS Investment Forum. It is my prayer that we'll meet again next year in a very, very fortified, position to be able to address other issues that bother and that affect our youth and that affect our region. Thank you very much. On this note, I would like to end here and thank all of you for your kind attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Difficile de prendre la parole après un discours aussi engagé.
It's always difficult to take the floor after such an engaging speech. You will understand that the president needs energy to lead his bank in order to come out with a project like this. He was able to sum up the 10 points, but I only remember the last one, which is to mobilize resources to make sure we finance our projects. He also mentioned the fact that our region is facing a lot of challenges. In Africa, we are used to saying that when the road is becoming tough, only the toughest keep on going. But I believe that we have what it takes to keep on going. May we now respectfully give the floor to the Honorable Minister, who is also the chairperson of the Board of Governors, the Minister of Finance and Economic Planning of the Gambia.
For his address. Thank you so much. I just want to ask a warm round of applause for him to welcome him on the stage.
Good afternoon, all. Honorable Minister of Planning and International Cooperation, Ismail Naib of the Republic of Guinea, the Chairman and Board of Governors of EBIT, development partners here in presence, sponsors of this maiden ECOWAS Investment Forum, EBIT management and staff, panelists of various discussions, media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly and respectively observed. I begin by acknowledging our appreciation to His Excellency President Faure Nyasembe and the friendly people of the Republic of Togo for the hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Lomé. As we draw the curtains on this remarkable gathering, I stand before you with a heart filled with gratitude and optimism. The past few days have been nothing short of inspiring, as we have witnessed dynamic discussions, insightful exchanges, and invaluable collaborations at the ECOWAS Investment Forum 2024. Reflecting on the gains of this event, we can take pride in the strides made towards advancing investment opportunities and development initiatives within the ECOWAS region. From exploring innovative financing mechanisms to fostering strategic partnerships, we have laid a solid foundation for sustainable growth and prosperity in West Africa. I'm particularly proud to highlight the pivotal role of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development in driving investment and impactful development projects across our member states. Through our collective efforts, EBIT continues to present hope and progress, transforming communities, creating jobs, and unlocking the vast potential of our region. As we look forward to the future, I urge each of you to seize the opportunities that lies ahead and join us in our mission to transform West Africa into a thriving hub of innovation, opportunity, and inclusive growth. Whether you are an investor, a policymaker, or a change maker, your contributions are vital in shaping the destiny of our region. Let us leverage the momentum generated by this forum to attract investment, stimulate economic growth, and foster social development in West Africa. Together we can build a brighter tomorrow for generations to come. In closing, I challenge each and every participant to carry forward the spirit of collaboration and innovation that has defined this event. Let us strive to make ECOWAS Investment Forum the incubator of impactful events in West Africa, aligned with the visionary goals of ECOWAS Vision 2050 and the Sustainable Development Goal. I thank you for your unwavering commitment, your boundless energy, and unwavering belief in the potential of West Africa. May the success follow your endeavors, and may our collective efforts pave the way for a brighter, more prosperous West Africa. I thank you for your attention.
Mais j'ai l'impression que les applaudissements n'étaient pas à la mesure de l'engagement.
I am under the impression that the applause is not commensurate to what the minister said. We have two other things to do before we move to the closing. May I give the floor to the Vice President in charge of operations to come and give us the vote of thanks. After this, we will ask the officials, members of the Board of Directors and Board of Governors, and the Executive Board of the Board to come for a group picture.
It's been about 48 hours of very intense and very engaging session on ECOWAS Investment Forum. On behalf of the President of the Bank, Dr. George Ajekudonko, and the entire management of EBI, the staff of that organization, I want to thank His Excellency President For Isuzima Nyasingbe for his very welcoming disposition towards hosting this event in the Republic of Togo, specifically here in Lomé. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Togo, Madame Victoire Tomegan Dogbe, for honoring us with our presence at the opening of this very eventful occasion. The very first time we are having the ECOWAS Investment Forum in West Africa and presently here in Togo. We thank Her Excellency so much for honoring us. I also use this opportunity to thank members of the international community who are joining us, diplomats from the various embassies here based in Togo and even from outside of Togo. We have a number of our partners that joined us from several parts of the world. A number of people flew in from Europe, from the Americas, from Asia, and practically all over the world. We also thank the members of the press that are joining us to publicize the event. We were so excited when we saw the number of people who registered online. That shows the importance that all of you have attached to your organization, to our bank, the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. Thank you so much. We are really excited. It's also very interesting to know that even there are a number of people that came in here by just hearing ECOWAS Bank is having an event. It shows the love you have for the institution, and we are not taking this for granted. So thank you so much for your presence. And also, before rounding up, I need to appreciate our long-term partners who have stood with the bank when we only had just the name and not the popularity and the presence. We are talking of very strong partners that have stood with the bank during thick and thin. We really appreciate you all. One of such is the Exim Bank of India. They have been with us for more than 17 years. Also, Afrexim Bank, they've been our partners towards the journey that we've embarked on over the last 45 years. We thank every partner that is said that I will not be able to mention. There is quite a number that if I have to start, that means we may spend the next another 24 hours to do that. So thank you so much for your presence. We really appreciate you, but this is not the end. As the President said, we've had the first event. We've taken note of all the lessons learned one by one, the good, the bad, and the not so good. And we can assure you we are taking care of this in the next event. We can assure you it's a continuous journey to improve our dear community, the ECOWAS community that is very precious to all of us. We thank all the ministers of government that are present here throughout the event. They stood all by us. We have ministers from several countries in ECOWAS, all to make sure that this event is a success. So thank you very much, everybody, for being there. And most importantly, our chairman, the chairman of the Board of Governors of the Board of ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. We know how important your time is. Every minute counts. Honorable Mr. Sidiketa, thank you so much for joining us. Next to him is Minister Ishmael Nabe, is a friend of the bank. We've also signed an agreement with him, not just that, he's been around to make sure that this event is a success. To be honest, we're all full of smiles in the bank. Full of smiles in the sense that when we were starting, as she said, we didn't know how this event was going to turn around. But we can all testify to the fact that it has been a success, despite the fact that there could be some itches here and there. So on this note, I want to appreciate everybody for your presence, for your contribution towards making this a success. And I will not also forget our partner, one of the keynote speakers, Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization. Despite the fact that she's a very busy person, she still created time out of her very busy schedule to speak to us as a way of knowing that, look, the world is looking towards Africa, and most especially West Africa. Thank you all for all of this, and we look forward to having you around about this time next year. God bless you all.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't leave. We have two more important items. If I may kindly have Mr. President and our VIPs who are seated in front for the first family photo. Mr. President, please, you can escort your party of VIPs kindly. Photographers, if we can kindly grasp this photo for us. Please don't leave. We have something special for you at the end. I'm giving away cash and checks. Because of that, you Africans will wait. Ah, love it. Yes, sir, please, kindly mount the stage for us, please. My dear brothers and sisters. Photographers, please, make way. And as our VIPs are taking pictures, please allow me to also congratulate and call the team that has not been sleeping the last few months, who will also come and join this photo. May we please have the chair of the planning committee, Dr. Anthony Ehimare. Where are you, Doc? Please, a round of applause. These are the people who've made this work. Anthony Dadzi. Hey, Angelo. I have an ex-boyfriend called Anthony. Angelo Dadzi. Angelo. Dr. Joseph Asensu. Please, a round of applause for the planning committee. Anita Somda Dala. Anita, please come down. I can see you. Please come down. Maigan Mansare. Maigan, please join us for this photo. We have Khadijatu Sadu. Khadijatu, where are you? Peggy Ufang Day. Peggy is up there. Please, a round of applause. These are the people who helped put all of this together. Maimuna Sidibe. Maimuna Sidibe, please join us. Ruth Akwete. Ruth Akwete, please welcome Ruth. Michael Ganji. Michael Ganji. We have Natalie Beal. Natalie, come down. Is there anybody I've forgotten, please? EBIT team, is this you? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a resounding round of applause to the men and the women who have believed in the dream and who have come together to create the inaugural EIF 2024, a resounding success and indeed the beginning of a future that we want. Patrick? Say something.
Voilà, merci. Je crois que le maître mot, ce sera les succès.
Thank you very much. We are celebrating the success of EIF 2024. This is just a new challenge that EBIT has given to itself. I would like to thank each and every one of you. May the Almighty God give us the grace to join and travel back to our homes. And I want to say that this is just the beginning of a journey leading to a more dynamic Africa at the service of its populations.
God willing, same time, maybe different place. It's been an honor to serve you. My name is Anita Erskine, and my partner's name is?
My name is Patrick Amanda. Thank you so much.
God bless you all. See you next time.